Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of Advanced CapCut for learning advanced video editing techniques. So if you're planning to learn advanced video editing technique, then you're in the right place because in this chapter, we will learn everything to get you started. Let's take a look what you're going to learn here in this tutorial. 1. Introduction to Advanced CapCut, Workspace and interface, making a pop-up video effect, zoom in, zoom out and magnify effect, creating a circle mask, creating custom LUTs, using green screen, creating a blur background, cinematic slow motion in CapCut, the double exposure effect, the split screen effect, tracking objects in CapCut, cinematic reverse and freeze effect, crawling text animation, cinematic color grading, the color swipe text effect, and creating thumbnail in CapCut. After completing this class, you will be able to learn about the workspace and the interface. You will be able to use mask, speed up and speed down your video, do advanced color grading, and also track objects inside the video. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class projects. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project. And also you will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning CapCut for video editing together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to the first chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 1 and I'll be giving you guys introduction to Advanced CapCut. Okay, so here in this particular chapter, I'll be showing you guys that in CapCut, what are the things we are gonna learn throughout this whole tutorial? What are the advanced features available? What we are going to explore in this whole tutorial. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So here, towards the whole tutorial, we'll be math advanced CapCut techniques. And this is a comprehensive introduction to that. So now let's see. So the first topic is introduction to CapCut. So well, over here, first we need to understand that why CapCut is useful. Using CapCut, what all we guys can basically do. If you guys don't have any basic knowledge about CapCut, I will recommend that you guys have a basic understanding at first of what CapCut is and just a basic understanding of any video editor. Like it can be Premiere Pro, it can be DaVinci, or it can be Filmora. Okay, so if you do have any previous experience of that kind, this class will be a lot easier for you guys to understand. But if you don't have any previous experience as well, we are going to learn all of these things. I'll be giving you guys a round off about the workspace and the interface in which we are going to work on. But if you do have any kind of experience, it's always beneficial. So CapCut is basically a powerful video editing tool that allows user to create stunning videos with ease. Okay, so CapCut is a video editing tool which actually allows a particular user to create stunning videos with ease. So why you guys can actually create stunning videos with this? So a special feature about CapCut is that inside CapCut only, you do have a lot of kind of effects. You do have different kind of presets which are free to use. You do have so many images, you do have so many videos, like you do have it in your library, which you guys just can download and can use as well. So the vast of videos and the vast of effects, different kind of transition, they do have all of this in their library that will be a lot useful. Like you will get a variety of options from where you guys can actually use those. So in this tutorial, we are going to explore the advanced techniques that can elevate your editing skills and also enhance your video projects. Like if you do have any basic idea about video editing, you guys will know that once you are joining a beginner's class, they are going to make you understand about each things individually, like how to open up a new document, how you can actually work on the timeline. And once you know the basic, once your basics are very clear, then you guys will be able to understand that, well, now I'm going to make a video, but how I'm going to make it look very different and quite stunning. So we are going to learn all of this over here into this particular chapter. So let's get ready to unlock the full potential of CapCut here in this tutorial. So the next thing what we are going to look into is basically understanding about the interface. Let's say you are into CapCut and you want to trim a particular set of video. Let's say you did take a video with your camera, which is around 5 minutes. But from there, you don't want the whole 5 minutes. From the 5 minutes, you want 2 minutes of footage. So how you're going to trim that? So there are different tools which is used for trimming, but for that, you should have a clear understanding about the interface, like where the cut tool is and where each and every tools are present. And once you're familiar with the interface, it is going to be a lot easier for you to work throughout that particular application, and it will be quite time efficient at the same time. Okay, so familiarizing yourself with the CapCut interface is crucial for efficient editing. Like it will save a lot of time for your editing, which includes knowing where to find the essential tools such as timeline, effects, and also about audio option. Like if you do want to work on the timeline, you need to know what are the essential tools used inside timeline. You need to know that if you want to put out any kind of effects, where to find those. And also if you want to work on with the audio options, you need to know where those tools are present, that you guys will go there and basically work. So, well organized workspace can significantly improve your workflow and creativity. Okay, like if you have a well organized workspace, it will actually give you mental peace, it will save a lot of your time, and it won't make you confused like what you actually want to achieve through your video. Okay, you will be able to edit your video with ease. And the next thing we're gonna learn over here is utilizing the advanced effects. Okay, so I have already told you that CapCut offers a great amount of effects, a great amount of videos, and a great amount of photos. Like their library is very vast. So here also it just tells up the same thing, like as CapCut offers a range of advanced effects that can transform your videos, and there are also different techniques like motion tracking. Like if there is a particular set of man running, like if you want to track that particular motion of the one running, you guys can do that. And also you guys can actually use how you can actually use green screen. So using green screen, you guys can just remove the background of something else and maybe replace it with a different background. And also we gotta learn about some advanced transition between videos. Let's say if you have a set of videos and you want to do the transition quite smoothly, that there is no kind of a cut effect. Okay, like you don't want to just see that just cutting out and not giving up a good effect on the video. Like you want to use some kind of transition which will give you a good vibe, and also it will just give you a smooth transit. So once you can add a professional touch towards your video, it will basically give you a self satisfaction, and also the one you're doing that work for will also be satisfied at the same time. So experimenting with these effects basically can help you create some visually stunning content. Okay. And once you experiment with those transitions, once you experiment with those effects, let's say you are trying 10 to 15 of them, and out of that you are liking two or three. And again, you are just segregating, and out of those, you're just using one. So that's how once you keep on exploring, or once you keep on experimenting with more videos, more transition, more animations, then you are going to understand about all of this more better way. Okay, so that's about it. And the next thing over here we're gonna learn is about mastering the audio editing. So if you are creating a video and that particular video will have a audio, only editing the video doesn't mean that the quality of your video is good. Well, 50% it totally depends on the quality of the video, but the 50% of the video depends on the quality of audio as well. Okay, like if you do have nice video editing in a particular set of video, but the quality of that particular video is very poor, so I would be rating that video as top rated. Well, if you see in YouTube or any other social media platforms as well, you guys will see if someone's video quality is nice, at the same time their audio quality is also being upgraded. So you need to make sure that you do keep a good balance between the audio and the video quality, as it also says over here that audio quality is just as important as video quality. Okay, we need to learn how to use the CapCut's audio tools. Okay, how to increase the volume, how to decrease the volume. If you do want to decrease the background knowledge, how to do so, we're gonna learn about all of this, and also about audio tools by which you can just adjust different kind of sound levels. If there is a particular video being played, how you can add voiceovers, and also if you want some uh, two or three musics at the same time or audios at the same time in a single footage, how you're going to do that by incorporating music seamlessly. And proper audio editing basically can enhance the overall impact of your video. Okay, and the next thing what we are going to learn over here is color grading techniques. So if you have a particular set of video, you can color grade and basically take that particular set of footage into a different level. Okay, so color grading can dramatically change the mood of your video. Like if you do want to change the temperature of the video through color change, you guys will be able to do that. Like for if you want to show it like a sunny day, you guys can increase the temperature, which will just give some yellowish effect to your set of video. And if you want it kind of gloomy or kind of cold, you guys can just go and decrease the temperature, which will give it up a skyyish blue color. Okay, so you guys can actually change the mood of your video. And also CapCut basically provides various color correction tools to enhance visual appealing. Okay, so it provides various color correction tools which you need to know, and also understanding how to manipulate brightness, contrast, and saturation will help you achieve your desired look. Okay, so you guys will be able to understand about it in a better way once we go into our practical classes. And inside CapCut only, I show you that how you can adjust the brightness, how to adjust the contrast, and also the saturation, and how it is very important for us to learn about all these things. So now I hope color grading is clear for now. And the next thing we are going to learn throughout this tutorial is about adding text and titles. So once you put up a video and let's say you do have a intro for something, okay? Intro for a vlog. So there you want to put out the title or you want to put out the name of the page and stuff. So in that case, it's important and essential that you use text and titles. And also inside CapCut, you do have a lot of presets for text as well. And also there are different animation which you guys can actually give them as well. Otherwise, if you just own set of words or own set of sentence, you guys can just take that and basically from there you guys can just animate it later. So text and titles are essential for conveying information. Like if you do want to convey any kind of information, like you want to tell them that the heading or the title of my video is this, and also if you want to see like whose vlog it is, you guys can also show it to the user using the correct text or the correct title. So CapCut basically allows you to add dynamic text, effects, and also customize your fonts. Okay, like if you do want to customize your font, like the weight of the font, the color of the font, like the size of the font, you guys can actually uh, check all those things out, and also learning how to position and animate text can make your videos more engaging and more informative. Okay, so once you customize your fonts, you need to know that how you want to position, like in which part of the screen you want to position your text. And as well, like let's say I want this particular text to only come for a few seconds and just vanish in a different way. Let's say you just want your particular set of text to jump in your screen and then jump out. So for that, knowing animation is very much important. We need to know where those tools are present. Okay, so we gotta learn about all of this. And the next thing what we gotta learn over here is exporting your projects. So let's say you are done working, you have imported all of your video, you do have trimmed down your video, you do have added music, you do have added all the b-roll footages, and also did your color grading, everything is fine. And lastly, the last step is going to be exporting your project. Okay, like now you need to export. So once your editing is complete, exporting your project is correctly is vital. So CapCut basically provides various export settings to ensure the best quality for different platforms. Okay, like if you have a particular set of video and that same video you want to upload it in your Facebook account, you want to upload it in your Instagram, you don't want to upload it in your YouTube channel. So in that particular case, what you need to do is you need to provide them with a certain size, because each social media platform basically have different sizes for different videos. So we need to make sure that we understand that and we do ensure the best quality for different platforms accordingly. So once we understand these particular options, we can help you to optimize your videos for social media or some other uses. Okay, like once you get those kind of sizes, you can come to CapCut and let's say you can just get those screen sizes and resize your videos and basically upload in all of those social media platforms individually. So I hope you guys are clear about what we are going to learn throughout this tutorial over here. And lastly, in conclusion, I'd like to say that mastering advanced CapCut techniques can significantly enhance your video editing skills. So by applying these methods, you can create professional quality videos that stand out, and keep practicing and exploring new features to further improve your craft. Okay, so using all these methods which we gotta learn throughout this whole chapter, you can create some professional quality videos that can actually stand out. You need to make sure that you do those professionally and also just with a lot of concentration. So you need to imagine that how you want to view a set of videos. So you need to keep that thing in your mind and keep practicing and also keep exploring all the new features to further improve your craft or the skill of video editing. So I hope you guys to have understood this class, and I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about the techniques available in CapCut. So take care everyone. Hope to see you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2 where we'll be learning about the workspace and the interface of CapCut. Okay, so now we're gonna learn that if you don't have CapCut in your PC, how you're going to download that. And also I'll be giving you guys just a small description about the workspace and the interface. And if you do have previous knowledge about the workspace and the interface, as this is an advanced class, then you can just skip this particular class, because if no one have any previous experience, then I'm just giving them a description about how it looks. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in my Google search engine. So if you don't have CapCut in your PC, what you guys can do is you guys can come to any search engine, okay? Like whether it be Google Chrome or whether it be Mozilla Firefox, Opera Mini, anything, okay? So just come into the search bar, and from here you guys can just search for CapCut, and if you just click on enter, you guys can see that over here on my screen, I do have a website at first, which is named as CapCut. Okay, so just make sure to click on this particular website, and as you guys can see now, you guys can also change its language as well. Okay, so now this one is basically coming in French. Okay, if you do want to change out uh, the language, you guys can basically change out the language as well. Okay, otherwise let's come here and just type CapCut download, and over here, now once you have clicked on CapCut download, here you guys can see, now once you're in this particular page, so now let's try to translate this in English. Let's right click, and from here I will just click on it to translate to English, and let's close it down right now. And over here, as you guys can see, my CapCut app has been changed. Okay, the language basically has been changed. And once you're on this particular website, you guys can see there are few different options. Like if you just come down, you guys can basically see their collaboration, their approved by. Okay, you can check out different of their templates. Okay, if you do want to read those, you guys can also read about them over here. But for me, I will just click on download, which will automatically understand that whether I am using a Apple or I am using a Mac or an Windows. Okay, so accordingly, automatically it will basically download. As you guys can see, this particular file has already been downloaded. So what I can do is I will just close this thing down, and once you're done downloading, you guys close this one down. Let's go to my download option from here. and I can just right click and basically I can just open it up. Okay, so here you guys can see it's showing me CapCut desktop installer. So I will just cancel this as I already do have it. So let's click on stop. Let's select both of this and let's delete both of this as well. And now let me go to my CapCut application. Okay, so just leave that installing part. I have showed you how to do that. And let's double click over here and let me show you guys how the home page of CapCut will look like. Okay, so let's wait for a while, and it totally depends on the type of PC or laptop you're using, like how fast it is and stuff. And here, if you guys take a look, let me just increase the size. And over here, you guys can see that this is basically the home page. Okay. And the first thing you can do is you guys can just click on sign in, and you guys can just sign in with your Facebook account, maybe with your Google account as well. So for me, let me just sign in with this particular option over here. Let's open CapCut, and as you guys can see, I do have just signed in with uh email address. And now let me tell you guys about this particular interface. So as we are here in the home page, and in the home page under projects, whatever projects you guys are able to see, these are the projects in which I do have worked recently. Okay, so these are the projects that I do have worked recently over here. And also here, if you don't want to delete anything, okay, let's go back. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the one in which I do have worked on. Okay, so let's just go back. Let's go to file. Let's click on new project. I will just click on OK. And as you guys can see, this is how you guys can create up a new project as well. So you can just close this down at the same time. Okay. So if you don't wanna, if you just click over here, and if you do want to delete anything, you guys can come here and just click on this three dot just in the bottom right corner of each project, and you guys can just shift it into trash. So if you just click on trash here, you guys will be able to see that what are the projects that you had put inside trash. Okay, so you guys can check all those right over here. So this particular part is done, and if you do have shared any project with anyone, so you guys can just click on share history, and you guys can check, like if you're working on a team, you guys can basically check it right over here in the share history, and it will show you guys about that. Okay, so I will come here, I will just uh, fix the size. And now let's try to create up a new project. So I do have already created a project which you had seen. There are a lot of projects, but now let's come here. Let's click on create project. And once you click on create project right over here, this is the type of interface which you guys will be able to see. Okay, so over here, this is basically the place where you will get access to all these options. Okay, like if you want to import something, you guys can see what all you have imported. Basically, you guys can call it just the project panel. Okay, and here there will be the preview window. Okay, here you guys will be able to see all the options or the settings. Like if you do want to crop and stuff, here you guys will have all of the settings right over here. And this column underneath is basically known as the timeline. Okay, so timeline is the most important part in any of video editor. Okay, so now let's try to look all of this particularly. So in this import option over here, Now if I do want to import any video, I can just click right over here. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file, and if I just select this all 5 videos, and if I just click on open, you guys can see here in my device option, if I just go to this import option, I am able to see all of these 5 files. So I can after that right click, and also I can just check, and if I do want to open file in their location, I can also open file in their location as well. So this is the import option. If you do want to sort it like based on time in which you have imported, or based on the name, if you do want to import, you guys can do that. Otherwise based on duration as well. So there are a lot of ways of how you guys will be able to sort it. And also all of this video, you guys will be able to see it in a grid view and a list view as well. Okay, so once you check in a list view, you guys will get a small preview over here in the line of how the video will look like. But let's go to the grid, because over here now you guys can also get a preview. Okay, like if you just click over here once, and here on this preview panel, you guys are able to see the video which you had imported. Okay, so this is how it looks. This is how this particular video looks like. This is how this video looks, and this is the video looks quite like this. So this is the import option, and here also you guys can just get different presets. And if you want to come here, and if you want to check from the stock videos, here I do have already told you that they do have a lot of stock videos from where you guys can download as well. Like let's say if you just search anything in particular, let's go with sports, and if I just click on enter, you guys can see there are so many videos regarding sports, and you can use it in your project as well. So these are basically free. Okay, so you guys can come here and also check whether you want a landscape video or a portrait video, and also you guys can choose whether you want a photo or a video. And also over here under brand assets, you guys can check that you will have these CapCut logos, and also you can import videos inside your brand assets as well. So now let's go to this divide, and inside import you will be able to see all the images which you have imported. And also in audio, you guys will be getting a lot of audios. So you guys can come here, and you guys can check that whether you want love music, whether you want travel music, whether you want a vlog music. It totally depends up to you that what you're searching for and in what case you are planning to use that. Okay, so it might take some time to load, and let me tell you guys how you can rename your file as well. So just come here and make sure to click, and from here now I will just name this one as Workspace and interface. And once you're done, just click outside, quite like this. And now let's come here. And if you're not able to find out the music, okay, maybe my net is a bit slow, but for you, you guys can actually get those audios accordingly. And if you do have your audios with you, you guys can come here and you guys can import those audios at the same time. Okay, there are different options of music. You guys can also search that if any artist in particularly you guys are looking for, or if any kind of music or any niche that you're particularly looking for. And also you guys can look out for different sound effects. You guys can check the copyright of the audio which you're using. Okay, and from something, let's say from some video or things, you do want to extract the audio only. So in that case, just come here, upload that set of video, and it will just extract only the audio for you to use it in some different purpose. Okay, so here if you want to use TikTok sound and stuff, you can just link your TikTok account with your CapCut, and also you guys can select brand music. So here I already do have a lot of music, and to use any of those, you guys need to make sure that you download. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is how you guys will be able to download those, and you will be able to use those as well. Okay, so you can just increase or decrease the size over here accordingly. And also under text, you do have this default text box. Here you do have a lot of text which have effects, different text template. If you want any of your video to have auto caption according to the audio, you guys can do that. Different kind of stickers. Okay, you guys can just search for the niche you're looking for, and also different effects for different purposes. And also here we do have different kind of transition. Okay, and if you do want captions, here you do have the auto captions, auto lyrics. Okay, if you do want to add captions manually, you guys can do that. And here are different filters available, and you can search any filter as you like. And also under adjustment, you guys can just put on an adjustment layer on top of any video, and you guys can apply those adjustment layer or also those presets using your page. Okay, so this was about this interface right over here, and I hope you guys just have got up an basic idea about how it actually works, how the interface looks like, how you're going to start working. Okay, and the very first thing which you need to understand, that if you want to work on with any video which you have imported, just go to that particular video, just check out the preview. Let's say I don't want the whole video, which is around 8 seconds over here. I want only 5 seconds, so I will just trim it down from here, and let me just trim it down till this much. And once I'm done, I can just drag this one into my timeline, and as you guys can see, that particular video is now around 7 seconds and 12 milliseconds. Okay, so I can just drag down my video quite like this as well. Here you guys can see the screen size in 2160. Okay, and under menu here you do have also new options. If you do want to create a new project, you guys can do that. If you want to import one, you guys can do that. And once you are done working with any file, you can export those as well. Under edit, here you do have different shortcuts. If you do want to undo any action, you guys can use this. If you want to copy, cut, or delete, there is this options. And under layout, you can have your layout in different options. Let's say if I just change it to media, this is how it will look. Okay, and if I just go to vertical, this is how the vertical uh layout will look like. And over here you do have the attributes. This is how the attributes basically looks like. Okay, so you guys can use it according to yourself. Okay, so whichever you like, just make sure to apply those accordingly. And once your video is over here on the timeline, on the right hand side, you guys can see all the editing options related to your video is available on the right hand side. Okay, so here you guys can see the option of video editing. If you do want to manipulate the speed, if you do want any kind of animation, or you don't want to put any adjustment. So all the editing options are summarized into 4 different bullet points over here, and under these 4 points you do have vast description. Okay, see, under animation you do have in, out, and combo. Under adjustment you do have the color adjustment or the color grading, about which we guys are going to talk in detail. And also if you do want to import it anything, just right click. Otherwise make sure that you come here, right click, and let's create a new folder, and let's rename this one as videos. So I'll just save this one as videos. Let's come here. Let's drag all of this inside the file. You guys can store all your imported videos in one particular file. Let's say you're working for a company and you do have other work as well, but that is a different project, so you guys can just create different folders or make different, like, create different folders for different projects, what all videos, so you can segregate those properly and it won't look messy as well inside your workspace. Okay, so that is quite important. But yeah, I hope you guys do have understood about the interface and the workspace in which we guys are going to work. And if you don't want to save this particular file, just make sure to click on Control S, okay? And it will basically be saved in your recent work option, okay? And if you do want to export it, you guys can export it as a video as well. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about advanced CapCut features. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where I'll be showing you guys about making a pop-up video effect. Okay, so we will see that how you can make a pop-up video effect in CapCut. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So basically over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of CapCut. So well, if you want to create up a new project, let's click on create project and it will just move me directly into the workspace and the interface in which we guys gonna work. So this is basically the workspace and the interface in which I'm going to work. And the next thing is that you guys can come here and you guys can now import your videos and the audios that you guys are going to work with. Okay. And under stock materials, you guys can also see that there are videos which you guys can actually use. Otherwise, here there will be a lot of options. Okay. You guys can use all of these videos. If you want to search for any videos by name or any photos by name, you guys can also do that. So we are going to look at the pop out effect, like how it basically works on. So for that now, as I already do have videos in my resource file, let's click on import. And from here, as you guys can see, I do have a lot of these videos using which I can work on. Okay, so let's come here, and from here now let's take this video and let's take this all these videos over here, and let me just open it up right here as well. Okay, so as you guys can see now, let's take this video first, okay, which is of 37 seconds. But let's say if I don't want 37 seconds of the video, let's say I do want to trim it. So you guys can trim it right over here inside the timeline. But instead, what I'm going to do to save my time is I'm going to come here and I'm going to trim it down from here itself. Okay, so let's decrease 7 seconds from here. And now once I'm done, I can just drag and drop it right over here on my screen. Okay, uh, let's say if you do want to go back, again, you do want to come right over here. Let's click on the plus sign, and this is how it is going to look like. So if you want me to play it, here you guys can see in this particular place, playback media panel, my video is basically being played, and you guys can see the total duration of the video is 20 seconds and 24 frames. Okay, and also at the same time, to make it a bit more interesting, you guys can come here, you guys can go to the audios option, And from the audios option, you guys can search for different musics. And if you do want to use different kind of sound effects, you guys can also do that. Okay. Otherwise, there are different brand music if you have saved in any. There are TikTok sounds as well. So just check it right over here, different type of musics. So you guys can just play it from here. So let's come here, let's play it. So I'll just bring this particular audio and I will just place it right underneath. Okay. And if I don't want the full audio, I'll come here and let's say I will just bring it right over here. And now let's say I am in the end of the video. Okay. So if I just come here, I will just turn on the auto snapping. Okay. So here you do have the turn off auto snapping. Here you do have turn off main track magnet. So I'll just come here and here you guys can see now you guys can just snap it right at the end. So I'll just keep it right over here and now I am going to cut. Okay, so if you do want to split here, you do have the split option and you guys can come here and you guys can basically make a split. Now again, come here, go to select. Let's select this. Let's click on delete. And now you guys can zoom to fit in here in the timeline. Okay, so this is the video which I have over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the video which I have. Now I want to show a pop out effect. So for that, let's go to the import page again. And now I want to show over here that what is the next video that they are going to watch. Okay, so you guys might have seen in so many TV channels or in YouTube as well, that is how it shows. Okay, so I do have this video. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna place this video on top. Okay, so I'm gonna place this particular video over here on top, and now I need to select that which part of the video do I want to show. Okay, so let's come here and let me just come here and let me just place it right over here somewhere. Okay, so I'm gonna place it right over here, and now let's just move it back up. So let me just move this one. So now I have placed it back again over here. Now let's come to this particular video and let me put my cursor over here on top. Okay. So now I will select this top video right over here. And now I am going to scale it down. So you guys can just scale it down from the sides as well. Okay, so let me just place it over here in this particular corner, which is on the right hand side. Okay, so I'm going to put this video on one side, and after that what I'm gonna do is as I do have turned on the snapping, you guys can see like whenever this video will appear, this is how it will show that this video is the next video. Okay, so this is how it will disappear. So now let's place it right here, and now I am going to go to this text option, which I have here on top. So let's click on text, and now I'm going to take a default text box. Otherwise, if you want to get some text template, you guys can also get this text template. Like if you love any of these motions and stuff, you guys can also use those as well. Okay, so let me just go add text. Let's click on add upper text box, and I will just keep this text box with the similar duration of my video. Okay, so let's keep this particular text box over here. And now in this particular text box, I am going to type next. Let's use all caps. Next video. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change out the font right now. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the font which is abstract groovy. You guys can use it. And now I need to choose the color as well. Okay, so I can choose any color as I want. Okay, so let's come here. And now let's go for some colors. Let me just try few of it, whatever looks good. Okay, and yellow kind of looks good. And I'm going to put this one just on top over here. And also I'm going to give this one up a background. So to put up a background, or if you do want to decrease the letter spacing, you guys can come here, and that's how it's going to look. Let me just place it somewhere over here. Now let's go down, let's turn on the background, and let me just go with a white background. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with a white background right over here, and let me just keep it. And you guys can see, if I do want to change the opacity, I can basically change the opacity. And if you do want some rounded rectangle, okay, you guys can just make it up a rounded rectangle. You guys can just select the height, and also you guys can manage the width. Okay, so let me just bring it down a little bit. Okay, and once this is done, I will just go back. And if you want to put out any animation as well, you guys can also do that. Let's see how it will start on the screen. Or yellow is not looking that great. So in that case, I can just change the color of the text. Let me just go with some dark red color. Okay, so let's see how it looks. Okay, let me just place it right over here. Let's take this video, and from here, if you want to come here, basically if you do want to adjust the video color and stuff, you guys can do that. If you do want to put out animation with that also, I will show you guys how to work on with those things as well. Okay, so as this is done right now, the next thing what I'm gonna do is, let's say the video is starting from here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, now I'm gonna come here, and I am basically going to put out some keyframes. Okay, so you need to know what keyframes are first. Okay, as you guys can see on the right hand side of this control panel, I do have this diamond like icon. So if you do want to add keyframes, you guys can basically do that. So first, let's come here and let's put on keyframes. Let's put one over here. Let me move it. Let's put one over here as well. Okay, so here. And lastly, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put one keyframe right over here. And lastly, I do want to put one keyframe over here as well. Okay, so now let's come, and let me just place, let me put my keyframe over here. And what I'm gonna do is, now I am going to change up the position. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm going to change out the position. And this is how the keyframe will work. And also what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna select this, and over here also I am going to put on the keyframe as well. Okay, so let's come over here. So I'm going to put a keyframe over here, and at this particular point I do want to put on another keyframe. Okay, so I'm going to put another keyframe over here in the position only. And now let's move it maybe till here. Okay, so let me just fix this first. Okay, let's me choose this one, And what I'm gonna do is let's come here. So at this particular point, this will appear right over here. This will come to this point, and let me just come to this last keyframe, which I have over here. And let me just come to this last keyframe. Okay, let me just move it out. Let's come here, and I'm just going to move it down from here as well. Okay, so let me just come here. Otherwise, I do want to move it on the sides. Okay, so let me just clear it off on the sides. So now let's see how it actually looks if I just play it. And yeah, this is how it will just go off. So the same way, let's come here, and now at this particular point, okay, so this frame, at this particular frame, I'm going to add another keyframe. Okay, so let's add another keyframe, and here I am going to put another keyframe as well. So now let's come to the first keyframe right over here, which is that I don't want it on my screen. And the next thing is when you just come right over here, you need to come to this particular position. Now let's come here, and next thing is I want to move it out as well. Okay, so I do want to move it down. And now let's see how it actually looks. So yeah, this is how I do want to do the pop-up effect. And sometimes if you feel that, well, the timing is not that great, and let's say I do want to do a bit of delay over here. So now let's play. So yeah, you guys can actually do things like that. Maybe a delay over here, and maybe I'll just place it right over here a bit, and I'll just check. And yeah, this kind of looks good. So now lastly, once this is done, let me just play up this whole thing. Okay, so you guys can see this video is basically going on over here, and now you guys will see the pop-up effect of the next video. Okay, so you guys can see this is how it will pop up, and the video is moving out, and the text as well moved out. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create a pop-up effect inside CapCut. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class, and if you're happy with this kind of video, now let's click on export, and now you can save up the file. Okay, so I will name this one as pop up effect, and let me just export it to my resource file, which I have over here, large icons. I will just select this particular folder, and I can choose that what is going to be the video resolution. I can choose what is going to be the audio format over here. Okay, so I will just take MP3, and now let's come here. If you do want to check copyright of this one, so here you guys can just check the copyright option as well. Okay, so once you're done, you guys can see the rate is 60 fps, which is frames per second. Format is mp4, codec is h.264, bitrate is recommended. Now let's click on export, and you guys can see the duration is 21 seconds, and the file size is about 31 MB. And if you do want to change out the cover of this particular video as well, you guys can also change out the cover. If you do want to edit it here, you will have a cover design option in which we have a different class itself. Okay, like how to work on designing the cover. So I will just exit from here, and now let's export it. And I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut itself. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys about the zoom in, zoom out, and the magnify effect. Okay, so how you guys will be able to do that, we will be understanding about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is the workspace in which I'm going to work on. And first, let's import some videos. Okay, so as you guys can see, that I do have a few of these videos right over here. And let's take this video as well. And now let's open this up. And here you guys can see that I do have all of these videos right over here. Okay, so if you take a look uh, to all of these videos, here you guys can see that I do have all these videos as well. And if you do want to see the stock materials, what are the ones trending? Okay, so you guys can use these options as well. Okay, so firstly, if you do want to download, make sure to click right over here. Okay, and you guys can basically do that. And after that, if you do want to import it, you guys can basically import it as well. So now let's first come here, and from here let me just take this particular video, let me drag this down, and if I just play this video, let me show you guys how this particular video looks like. Okay, so this is how the video looks like right over here. And the thing about what we're gonna learn is basically about the zoom in and the zoom out effect. Okay, so to zoom in and to zoom out, what I'm gonna do first here is I will just come at the starting. Okay, so let me first zoom to fit the timeline. Let's come here at this particular point, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add up a keyframe right over here, and let's come to this particular position, and let's add another keyframe as well. Okay, and also let's come to the first keyframe over here. Let me add a keyframe into the position as well. Okay, so I will just come here in the second one, and I'll just add another keyframe in the position option as well. So I'm putting it in the scale and also in the position option. Okay, so now let's come right over here. Let's add another keyframe and another keyframe right over here. And now at last, I will just add one keyframe and one keyframe right over here. So now, once I just come at this particular position, now what I'm gonna do is till the time when I come over here, I am going to scale this one, let's say to 150. And now I am going to change its position as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to position it over here in the center. And now if you do want to zoom in more, let's try to zoom in more. Okay, so let's come here. Let me just zoom in more. And now let's see how it actually looks. And at this particular point, if you do want to zoom out again, okay, so you guys can come here And let's say I will just add up a keyframe. And after that, after adding this keyframe, let's say I will just come over here. Let's type 100. And also here in the position, let's go with 0. And I will just go on with 0 as well. Okay, so let's see how it actually looks. So this is how you guys can actually create a zoom in and a zoom out effect. And again, now when it's going on quite well, and you can also just cut. Let's click on B from here. Let me just trim this down a bit from here. Now let's click on A to get my selection tool. And now I will just click on this right, and I'll just click on delete. And over here now, let's see how this transition looks. Okay, if I just play this one, and now let's put up a transition in between as well, that it doesn't look that great. Okay, so let's check what are the transitions that we have over here. So let's see this particular transitions. So yeah, I can just use this transition here in the center. I can choose the duration, which is zero point 0.5 seconds. That's fine. And now let's come here and let's select this one. And I'll just come to this keyframe, and I won't make any changes over here. But once I'm here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to scale this up. Okay. And I am going to change its position as well. Okay, so let me just move it right over here. And let's just scale it up. Let's just move it right over here. And also, let me just come here, move this playhead. And at this particular point, again, I will just go to 100. And I will just put 0 on the x-axis and also in the y-axis. Well, that's fine. Let's see how this particular video looks. You guys can see the zoom in and the zoom out effect. You guys will see the transition. And now you guys can see the zoom in and the zoom out effect again. And if you do want to make any changes, let me just place it right over here. Let me place it here as well. Now let's see how does this actually look. Or let's come here, and I want to just activate this clip again. So let's come here, let's play it up. And yeah, this is how it actually looks. And this looks quite well as well. Okay. So as you guys can see, and if you do want to stabilize the video, you guys can just turn on the stabilize mode and just you guys can go for most stable. Okay. So let's come here. And you guys can see this particular video. And yeah, this kind of looks a lot better. And the same way, just turn on stabilize and go for most stable. And here you guys can see it's processing as well. Okay. So it might take some time and we'll just wait. Well, now as this is done, now let's play it up. And here you guys can see after transition, this looks a lot more stable and it looks a lot more better. Okay. So if you want to reduce the image noise, you guys can also do that. Let me turn off over here. If you do want to apply motion blur and stuff, you guys can also do that as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create a zoom in and a zoom out effect. Okay, and now I'm going to show you that how you can actually create a magnifying effect. But before that, let me just click on export and let me just type zoom in and zoom out. Okay, so zoom in and zoom out. And I do want to save it over here in my resource file. Let's select the particular folder. Let's select the resolution of the video. And I don't have any audio over here. If you do want to check copyright, you guys can check if you do have an audio. Okay. So now let's click on export, and this video has been exported right over here. So now let's cancel this one. Let's go to menu. Let's go to file and let's click on new project. I will just click on OK right over here. And again, I do have a new workspace. Let's click on import. Let's click over here. Let's take the videos, whichever I want to take. Okay, so I will just come right over here and let's take this one as well. And I will just open these things up. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I am going to actually go with the magnifying effect. So now let's come here and I will just take this one out. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to add this video over here in my timeline. Now let's click on zoom to fit over here in the timeline. And over here, once I play, what I'm gonna do is at this particular point, I do wanna zoom in. Okay. So over here now to understand that in a better way, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay. So I will just click on Control C and Control V. Okay. So I will just keep the same length and I'll just come over here on top, and after coming on top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with mask. Okay. So let's come over here on the masking option. And from here, now I am going to mask this particular part over here at first. And I can choose that how much feather I want, or do I want some rounded rectangles. Okay, so now let's come here. Let me just place it over here. And the same way I am going to go, and let's come here. And now let's play it up. And I do want to follow the motion as well. Okay, like if you do want to follow the motion, you guys can actually follow the motion of this one as well. Okay, so now let's come back over here. Let me just move it back from here and let's turn on tracking and let's go with motion tracking. So let me just come here and let me just increase the space, and let's go with both and let's start. Okay, so here now I will just wait for some time. So now once that is done, let me just play it right over here. Okay, so from here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to trim it uh till this much. Okay, so I'm going to trim it right over here. And let's just trim this particular video over here as well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use this rectangle. Okay, so let me just place it right over here. Let's choose the space as well. Okay, so I will be choosing on the space as well. Let's decrease the rectangle from here. Okay, and once you're done, what you're gonna do is you're gonna come here and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so when it comes right over here inside my frame, okay, I do want to highlight it. Okay, so if you do want to highlight it, what you are going to do over here is you're gonna come here first and you are going to create a keyframe. Okay, so let me just come right over here. Let me just place it right over here on top. Let me just place it over here on the back. And now let's come here and let me just make this outside layer only for this particular time a bit darker. Okay. And you can also scale it as well. Okay. So let's come here. And if you do want to scale it, okay, so you guys can just scale it and also change out the position as well. Okay. So if you do want to scale it, okay, so you guys can scale it and also you guys can position as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can work. But before that, let's go back first. Okay, so I will just come back right over here. And here now, let's see the mask. So as you guys can see, this is the mask which I have. So let me just place it properly. Okay, and I am basically going to come here and at this particular point I am going to add up a keyframe. Okay, so let me just add a keyframe right over here and let's go to basic, and from basic option I will add one in scale and one in position. Okay, so let's come here and at this particular point also let's add one scale and one position. Okay, and let's see how it actually works. So I will just come here. Okay, so the same way, let's add a scale, let's add a position, and at this particular point I will just come to this one, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to scale it and also I am going to position it right over here. Okay, so let's try to position it right over here somewhere. Okay, and now let's see how this transition actually looks. So I just want you guys to zoom at this particular point. Okay, so let's come here, and here you guys can see I am just magnifying, but over here once he passes out, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add another keyframe, and now I want to go back to normal. Okay, so let's say right from here, okay, I do want to increase the size, and then slowly when it goes out, I also want to decrease the size. Okay, so let's say I will just come right over here. Let's add a keyframe. Let's add a keyframe. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to go with 100%. And also over here, now I am going to go with 0 in the x-axis and also 0 in the y-axis. Let's click on enter. And the same thing. Let's come here. Let's look on the position. And this is how it will just move out. Okay, let's see from here. And yes, as you guys can see in this one, and if I just come to this one right over here, let me just scale it down to 100 as well. Okay, so now let's come here, let's just place it. So yeah, this one kind of looks good. So it's just matching it quite well. And over here, if you do want to increase the size accordingly, you guys can increase the size accordingly as well. And if you do want to make it understand in a better way, the best thing what you guys can do is just come over here and add some keyframes at this particular point. Okay. So once it increases, let's say once it starts, okay, so from this particular point, just add a keyframe over here. Okay. So you guys will have these other options over here. Like, let's go to remove PG. Let's go to mask. Let's go to this retouching option. Okay, so if you do wanna retouch, you guys can also use this retouching option as well. Okay, so let's check out different kind of animation. If you wanna go out with adjustment, you guys can actually work on with adjustment as well. Okay, so now let's click on basic, and from here let's click on blend, and from here I will just turn on the opacity. Okay, let's add one opacity right over here. Let's add one keyframe, but once I come right over here, I will just add another keyframe. Okay, so let's add one more keyframe right over here. So till here it will be fine. Okay, but after that, till from here, let's say let's add one more keyframe. Let's go to blend, and I'm going to keep opacity as 100 till here. But when I come to this particular point, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change the opacity maybe to 70%. Well, that I can just focus on this particular area. And once it comes right here, I am going to put out a 70% as well. But after that, I am going to keep this one as 100. Okay. So I'm just going to come here and basically make it 100. So now let's play this one up. And this is how the zoom in and the zoom out effect basically work. So I can just come here maybe and basically add another keyframe. So let's come here, let's add another keyframe, but I will try to keep it around 100. So yeah, this one kind of looks a bit better. So now let's just play up the whole thing. This is the magnifying effect. As you guys can see, you are magnifying onto that particular part and it's just moving out back again. So you guys can work with all of this, okay, all these keyframes right over here. And lastly, to save it, let's click on export. And now I will just type magnifying effect. Let's click on the folder. Let's click on desktop. Let's click on the resource file. Let's click on select folder. Now I will just click on export and it will get exported accordingly. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where we'll be creating a circle mask in CapCut. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page or the workspace of CapCut. First thing first, let's import a video using which I do want to work with. So let's take this video and let's open it up. And here, the duration of the video is somewhat around 12 or 13 seconds. So let me just drag it down over here into the timeline and let me just play this video once. Okay, so that's how it actually looks. And the next thing, what I'm gonna do right now is I'm going to take another video like someone talking. So as I don't have that kind of video in my resource file, let me show you that how you can download your own type of video from the stock materials. So let me just search for talking. And as you guys can see, I do have so many videos regarding that. Okay, so if you do want to check out those videos, just click on that and it will automatically get downloaded. Okay, so now let's take this video and I will just put this particular video on top of my video right over here. And I will just make this one as the same timing. Okay, I will just keep out the same duration with this one. And now the next thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I will just go into this control panel. And from here, now I will just go to this particular option. In under video, I will go to mask. And from mask, I will be choosing on the circle. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have the circle right over here, and also I can actually increase the size as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am able to increase the size right over here. And once you are done positioning it properly, the next thing is just go to the basic option. And from the basic, now you guys can just move this one as you like. Let's say I do want to move it in one side. If you do want to decrease the size as well, you guys can come here and basically you guys can decrease the size. And let me just put this one over here in one corner. Okay, so you guys can also do that. And also now, if you want to give an outline on the side of this mask, you guys can also do that. And for that, what I am going to do is I'm going to go into the text ribbon. And from the text ribbon, I'm going to take a default text box. Okay, so I'll just click on this plus option. Let's place this default text option right over here. Let me just place over here accordingly. And now from here, now I will just put on a 0. Okay, so let's come here and I will just write a 0. Okay, so not a capital one. Let me just go with the small 0. And once you're done, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to place this thing over here in the center. And at the same time, I'm going to increase its size. Okay, so let me come here and let me just increase the size of this particular font. And at the same time, let's come here and you can also increase the font size over here accordingly. And now I can change the font style as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to check out a different font style. Okay, so let's come here And you guys can see there are a lot of font size or font style which you guys can use. So let me just come right over here. Let me just place this particular thing accordingly. And also if you do want to put on some colors, okay, so let me just go with some red. Okay, so I will just put on this red color right over here, and let's come down, and I can just decrease the scale from here. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the scaling, you guys can come here and basically you guys can decrease the scaling. And if you want to put on some stroke as well, to that, you guys can actually put on some stroke as well to that. Okay. So instead, let me just come here. Let me just work on with the font size. And now also let's try this one. Okay. So this one kind of looks good. Okay. So I will just use this one right over here, and I'm going to decrease the font size accordingly. Okay, so let's come here and let's decrease the size of both of this, and now let me just place this accordingly, and let's go to the stroke option, and you guys can just turn off the stroke as well. Okay, so I'll just turn off the stroke, and now once this is done, the next thing is I will just choose both of this layer. Let's right click and I will just click on to create a compound clip. Okay, so I will just merge both of this layer to make it one single layer. Okay, so create this one, and now as you guys can see, I can move both of these all along. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just see this is how it works. If you do want to scale it up, you guys can scale it up. If you do want to scale it down, you guys can also scale it down and maybe keep it right over here as well. Okay, let's say this will start from this particular point. Okay, so this will just start right from here. Okay, so let's come here and let's put out a keyframe. Okay, so let's go with blend option. Okay, so under the blend option, I will just add a keyframe right over here. Let's add a keyframe over here as well. Let's add another keyframe, one keyframe over here, and the other keyframe right over here as well. Okay, so now let's come here and I will just make the opacity as total 0. But once I come to this point, I will make the opacity as 100, and I will have 100 over here. And lastly, I will just make the opacity 0 back again. Okay, but the same way, what I want to do is I want to move it along as well. So now let's come here, and from here, once it appears right over here, I want to add out a keyframe. Okay, so let's add a keyframe right over here. Now let's move it onto the x-axis. Okay, so if you do want to move it along the x-axis, you can basically move it along. So I will just click on shift. Okay, so let's come here and I will just move it along right here in this particular corner. You guys can actually do that. Otherwise, let's come here. I will start it right from here. So let's start it over here. And along the way, let's come to this particular position. And now let's add another keyframe. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the positioning from here till here. Okay. So now let's see how it actually works. And you guys can see this is basically moving all along with the video as well. Okay. So now once it comes to this particular point, it actually disappears as well. Okay. So that is how it actually works. And now, lastly, what I'm gonna do is I am going to add out a music. Let's go to audio and let's listen to this once. So let's listen to this once. So I'm gonna add this. Let me just trim it down from start. Let's come here. Now let's come to this particular position. Let's click on B. Let me just make a cut. Let's click on A. Now let's come here. Let's delete this particular part. And my video is basically ready. Okay. So this was the whole video I do have created using the circle mask. I have showed you how you can create a compound clip as well. And once you are done with all of this, I hope this class was quite clear for you all. And lastly, now let's export this particular file. Let's click on export. And from here, now I will name this one as circle mask. Let's click on this particular folder. Let's click on desktop. Let's go to the resource file, select folder, and audio will be in a MP3 format. And I'll just click on export. The duration is 13 seconds and the size of the video is about 19 MB. So yeah, I hope this class was clear and I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage for video editing. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6 where we'll be creating some custom LUTs. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys that how you can download LUTs from your browser which you can use inside your video. We will also learn that how you can manipulate and also adjust that into an adjustment layer or directly apply it on a video. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, I'm here in the home page of CapCut. And first thing first, let's create up a new project. So let's click on create project, which will lead me to this particular interface in which we are going to work. First things going to be importing the videos and the audios using which I do want to work with. And if you don't have downloaded those videos, you do have different videos, different kind of audios inside your stock materials as well. Okay, so you guys can basically download things from here as well. Under the stock option here, you guys can see, and you can also search according to yourself, like what kind of videos and what kind of images you require. Okay, so as I already do have the videos, I will click on import option. And from import, let's select some videos. Okay, so let me just take few of this. Let's click on open. And as you guys can see, basically the 6 videos is being imported over here. So if you don't want to change up the name, okay, you guys can just go here on top and you guys can just change the name as well. So I will just name this one as custom LUTs. Okay, and just click anywhere outside and the name will basically be saved. So let's check out all of this video. Let's say if I do want to work on with this video, I can basically check it right over here. I can actually trim down the video from here as well. Let me just trim it down uh, till here. Okay, so I'll just take this 20 minutes of footage and let's say I will drag it down into my timeline. Okay, and also if you want to take some other videos, okay, you can just take this particular video, you can preview it right over here. Let's say I do want to trim down the video, maybe a small part of it, and let's drag and drop this one over here as well. And lastly, let's take this video and let's trim it down, and I will just drag and drop it right over here. Once I'm done, let's click on Control Z to zoom to fit in the timeline. Okay, you guys can just click here like Shift plus Z to zoom to fit in here in the timeline. And if you just want to go back, you guys can just click on Control Z to go back. And if you do want to reset, okay, you guys can just reset the whole thing from here as well using this button like undo and the redo button. Okay, you can also call it the reset. So let's zoom to fit here in the timeline. And now if you just take out a look over here, the total duration of the video is 41 seconds and 42 frames. Okay. So now if you want to put on some LUTs, let's say onto the video, so what you gonna do? First thing first, you need to go out over here on top of this adjustment panel over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this adjustment panel, and underneath here you do have an option called the LUTs. Okay, so if you don't have any LUTs, there are few method of how you guys can download it. Just go to your browser and you guys can just search for LUTs for CapCut, and you will be able to see there are many websites from where you guys can just download these LUTs totally free. Okay, and make sure to download it, and you guys can just import those LUTs later as well. Okay, so if you want to browse it, if you do want to download it, just click onto that and you guys can just click on download LUT, and that particular LUT will basically get downloaded. Okay, so likewise you do have a lot of these LUTs. So let's close it down right now, and I already have downloaded one. So let's click on import, and now here you guys can see I do have this LUT pack. Let's double click on this, and here now you guys can see that there are all of these LUTs. So I'll just click on shift and let's click on open, and all these 8 LUTs are basically being added. So here you guys can see how it looks with each one. Okay, so here now if I just double click, you guys can see it is actually changing of how it looks. Okay, so if you do want to apply it right over here, what you guys can do is you guys can basically import it. Let's say if you do want to add it in the track, you guys can basically add it inside the track. Let's click on delete right over here. So if I just click on this now, let's double click right over here into this particular set of LUT. Let's go to presets. You guys can see there are a lot of options in the presets as well. Okay, but let's come here, and as I do want to apply this LUT right over here, what I can do is I can just bring it down over here, And as an adjustment layer, I can just choose till where I do want to apply the LUT. Okay. So under this adjustment panel here, you guys can see I can choose what's going to be the intensity of the LUT which I have chosen. Okay, and here you guys can see the intensity option, and also over here you guys can use keyframes. Let's say at start I want a zero intensity. Okay, so I will just click on this add keyframe, and till the time it appears right over here, I want the intensity to be 100. Okay, so now if you take a look how it's actually going to look like. So let's come right over here. And if you do want to adjust it, let's come here. I will just restore it, and let's see how this actually looks. So let's play it and hear how it basically changes. And also over here, you guys can see here in the properties panel that you guys can come here and basically work on with the temperature. Let's say if you want to make the temperature 10% more over here, then you can just add a keyframe. Okay, let's say I do want to add a keyframe, and once it moves till here, by that time I want you to make it maybe around -15. Okay, so you guys can see the total changes over here. If I just play this thing, you guys can see the intensity changed, and from here you guys will be able to see from a warm temperature it is basically changing down to a low temperature. Okay, you guys can see that particular intensity and that particular work of the keyframe basically gives up a new look to my video in which I am working on. And same way you guys can basically change out the tint, the level of saturation, the exposure, contrast, whites and the blacks. If you do want to sharpen it, maybe you want to clarify it or fade in or fade out, you guys can do all of this as well. So this was one way of applying a LUT inside your video, and that is how you guys can customize it as well. Okay, so let me just show you guys the other way of applying a LUT inside your video. Okay, like instead of applying it on an adjustment layer, if you want to apply your LUT directly onto the video, what you guys can do is you guys can just go to the properties panel of the video. From there, go to this adjustment panel, and from the adjustment panel, let's go to name, and from here you guys can already see that the file which you have imported, from there all the LUTs are now available for you to work on with. Okay, so you guys can apply these things. Let's say let's come here on this video, and now I can just check that which one actually looks good. Okay, you guys can just see the changes on my video. Let's see, this one gives up a more natural look. Okay, and also if you do want to add on keyframes and intensity, if you do want to increase it eventually, likewise you guys can come here, and maybe once it comes right over here, I want to increase the intensity to 100%. So now let's play it. So here you guys can see how it actually changes right over here. You guys can see, let's just play it out, and here you guys can see it's getting a more cinematic view towards that. Okay, so that's how you guys can change the intensity of this particular video, and this is another way of applying it. And under this adjust option, if you do want to adjust these things, you guys can also do that. Okay, and lastly, I do want to tell that if you just take a adjustment layer, let's click on custom adjustment, and I can just take this adjustment layer, and maybe go into this third video. And instead of applying any LUT right over here, I will just turn off the LUT. And what I can do is I can just come here and basically work on with the temperature. Okay, so let's come here and I will just decrease the temperature. Let's decrease the tint as well. Let's go on with the saturation. Okay, let's come here. Let's start from here. Let's add out a keyframe. Okay, and at this particular point, you can move the keyframes as well. So once it comes to this particular point, what I want to do is I want to increase the saturation to exactly 0. So let's play it up. Let's see how it actually looks. And slowly it just fades in the color. Let's come here. Let's play it out. And yeah, this basically gives out a nice look. You can work on with the level of exposure, the level of contrast, and the highlight as well. You can sharpen this particular video, clarify it. If you want to fade in and fade out, you can add on these effects as well. So if you do want to do it, let's say at last, let's come here at starting. I do want to increase the fade in. Let's add one right over here. Okay, otherwise let's dismiss this one and let's keep one right over here. Let's add a keyframe, and under this fade option, what I can do is I can just move out this, and let's add this fade out option as well. And now let's see how it actually looks. So this is how it will just turn out the color, and you guys will be able to see the fade out as well. Okay, so that's how it basically works. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how to actually customize a LUT, how you can download one, apply it inside your video. Okay, and under this adjustment layer, you do have this HSL curve as well. Okay, you do have this color curves. If you do want to focus in a group of colors, you guys can basically do that as well. Okay, and lastly, if you do want to add on some audio, you guys can go to this audio section, and from here you guys can search for any artist or any kind of uh audio you like. Let's go with some cinematic. Okay, so cinematic. Let's click on enter. Let's see what are the recommendations that CapCut do have here for me. You can also listen to all this audio as well. Let's try to play those up. Let's play this one as well. So well, I like this audio, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and basically apply this audio, maybe trim it down a bit from the start, and let's put out a cut as well. Okay, let's split it up right over here, and now let's select this again. Let's click on delete. Now zoom to fit over here in the timeline, and let's review this particular video. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this particular class. And in this video, you guys can actually add a few transitions in between. Well, let's go to transitions. Let's check these transitions. Okay, so let me just go on with this particular transitions. Well, let me just put this one over here in between, and let's go with this one here as well. Let me just decrease the duration. And now let's only review this position of transition. Okay, so let's come here, let's play it. Well, I can just increase this one a bit. Well, let me just come right over here. Let's play it from here. And let's decrease the duration over here. Let's see how it looks. 0.3 is going to be fine. And yeah, I hope this class was clear on how to create a video using different kind of LUTs. I have showed you guys different ways of to do so. Now the last thing is you need to export this particular file. So to export, let's click on to this export option over here on top. The name is custom LUTs, and I want to export this to my resource file. Okay, and I will just select this particular folder. Let's go desktop, and right over here I'll just select the folder. The resolution is fine. The audio format is MP3. If you do want to check copyright, you guys can check copyright as well, but it doesn't apply if your video is less than a minute. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut. So see you all. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where we'll be using green screen. So over here into this particular chapter, I'll be showing you guys that how you can use green screen inside your videos. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see now, this is the workspace of CapCut. And now I'm gonna change its name to green screen. Okay, so I'll just click outside right over here, and let's import some videos. So here, as you guys can see, I already have these green screen videos, and also I can choose that inside this green screen, what do I want to put exactly? Okay, so let's come here, let's put out this video in one, and let's put out this video in one as well. So let's import 4 of these videos right over here. And now, what I mean by green screen is basically that the green screen, which you can see right over here, will basically be imported. Like this particular video will be shown in this particular space. Okay, so to do that, the first thing what you can do is you can import those videos. Let's say I want to import this particular video right over here, or well, I don't want to import 4 of this video. Let's delete all of this because it was selected at once. So I'm going to import this video right over here in the timeline, and this video over here as well. And the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this green screen video And also I'm going to import this green screen video as well. And now likewise, I will just trim out the videos according to the duration of the green screen, and make sure that you keep your green screen on top of the video in which you want to import that. Okay. And the next thing after that is let's go on to that particular video. And after that, you guys can click on the video option into the properties panel. And once you click on video, now the next thing you click on remove BG, which is remove background. Okay. So now I am in the remove background option. And next thing, click on the chroma key. And now click on to this color picker option. Okay, so let's click on this color picker, and now I will just click on this particular option, and you guys can select the level of intensity, how much you do want it. Okay, so let's go and let's choose the intensity, which is going to be around 15. And now I will just take this particular video, and what I can do is I can just decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so let's come here. If I do totally want to fit this particular video, okay, I can come here and I can just totally feed this video over here on my screen. So here now you guys can actually choose accordingly. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go to this basic option. So let's take out this video. And if you do want to trim it more, you can trim it more as well. Okay, so let me just keep it somewhere right over here. And that kind of looks good. Let's take this video as well and let's increase the size over here. And now if I just play this video, you guys can see that it eventually shows that this particular video is actually being played. Okay, so now let's come over here, and the same way what I'm gonna do is I do want to show this particular video over here into this green screen. So the same way I am going to select the first green screen video. Now let's go to remove background. Let's click on chroma key, and now I am going to select the color picker, and now I am going to click, and here you guys can see I have already chose the color intensity. If you do want to increase it, you can increase the color intensity as well. Let me just go somewhere around 50%. Now let's go to this set of video, and if you do want to feed this particular video, okay, so you guys can just feed this particular video inside the screen as well. Okay, so let me just feed this particular thing accordingly. Now let's go to this basic option, and if you do want to position it properly, you guys can position it properly as well. So here you guys can see you basically do have the scaling option. Let me just go with 50%, and if you don't want uniform scaling, you guys can just select particularly the width. Okay, let me just keep the width from here, and also let's eventually change it. Let's go with 43, and yeah, 49 is fine. And the same way with this video, let me bring my cursor right over here, and I'll just turn off uniform scaling. Let's increase the width, and let's increase the height. Okay, so I will just increase the height of this particular video as well. And yeah, this kind of looks good. And if you do want to position it again, you guys can position it again as well. So now let's see how this whole thing actually looks. Let's play this thing. You guys can see this particular video is also being played in this particular green screen, which I have chosen. Okay. And again, right over here, let's see the kind of transition. Okay. So the transition is not that great, what I felt. Okay. So you guys can just place it somewhere right over here. Let's see the transition. Let's place it. Let's just place it right over here. The same way I'm going to place up the video. Let's play it up. And a black screen basically appears. So you can just fix it with any kind of transition you like. Okay, let me just play this particular transition over here in between. Okay, so I'll just click on OK. And I will just apply it right over here. Let's see how it actually looks. And that is how it looks. And if you do want to place it, okay, if you do want to place it over here as well, okay, like let's come here and I will just apply it. Let's see by applying both of this. And yeah, now it kind of looks a lot better than how it was looking before. Okay. So you guys can see two videos are being played in the same frame using a green screen. So that is basically the work of a green screen. And if you are not able to find green screen, okay, so there are different options. You guys can just go to import, go to stock materials, and from here let's click on trending. And if I just try to search green screen, let's click on enter. You guys can see there are a lot of videos of green screen, so you guys can use this. Maybe you can use this as well. And eventually, if you don't like any, right from here, you can also go into your Chrome. And from here, you guys can just type free green screen videos. So you will have a lot of these websites. There is Pixabay, there is Mixkit, Pixels, Vectizy, VDZ. Okay, you guys can just go to any other of this website and you guys can check these videos which is there as well under these green screen options. Okay, so you guys can just take this and basically can work on with all of these videos. And yeah, I hope you guys to have understood. Now let's go to audio and let's see and let's import this particular audio right over here. Now let me just split. So let's split it right over here. Let's select. Now let's delete this one and let's zoom to fit over here in the timeline. Okay, so once this is done, now the last thing is that I need to export this. So this is the simplest way of how you can use green screen to make some stunning videos inside CapCut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn a lot more about CapCut and creating different advanced videos using it. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where I'll be showing you guys about creating a blur background. So let's not waste much time and let's get started on learning how to create a blur background in CapCut. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is basically a new project which I have created, and let's change its name to let's write the short form BG Blur. Okay, so we're gonna learn about background blur. So the short form of background is BG, which I have just written right over here. And now the first thing is, if you do have any video in which you want to blur the background, and most probably and in most cases what happens is that you want to blur background in which you do have a subject. Like if you want to focus on that particular subject inside your video, you tend to blur the background in most of the cases. Well, in many of these cases there can be other reasons, there can be exceptions, but as a beginner you should learn that in what cases a background blur is basically being used. So if you don't import any file, there are these videos which I can basically import. But instead, like, let's not use this one, okay? I do have these videos right over here. Like if I just open this, I can just blur the background of this particular video as well. Like you guys can see, I can actually blur the background of this particular video. So let me just show you guys with other videos as well. So if I just go into my stock materials, and here you guys can see I do already have saved one video. So let's click on this add option. And now here you guys can see this is how my video actually looks like. Okay, so this is the video using which I am going to work on with, which is around 12 seconds and 41 frames. Okay, and as of this one, now the next thing what I'm gonna do is I have this one layer of this particular video. So the same thing what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this same video and I'm just going to put that same set of video just on top of this particular video right over here. Okay, and now let's go to this layer. Okay, so you guys can see I am on this top layer of the same video, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now I am going to go to this animation, not adjustment. Let's go to video. Let's go with remove background. And once you have selected remove background, I can just click on auto renewal and it's getting processed. So I'll just wait for it. So now the auto removal of my video, which is over here on top, is basically being done. Okay, but you guys might be thinking, well, where? Like it does look the same of how it used to look before. Well, it's because I do have that same layer of video just underneath. Okay, like if you only do want to see this top layer, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to come here onto the timeline and I am going to hide this particular track, and you guys can see the background of this video is basically being removed. So if I just play this up, and you guys can see this is how it's going to look like. And now here you guys can see that the background is totally being removed except this particular part. Okay, so you guys can see this particular part I need to do some things as well. So you guys can actually apply any kind of mask if you want, and this is kind of blurred as well. Well, that's not going to create much of a problem. So now I am going to unhide this layer, okay, this particular track again. And now the work of my top layer is mostly done. Now the thing is that I need to go here onto the second layer. And now if I don't want to hide this track on top, I can hide this track. And now let's go to this video option. And now over here, if I just go to filters and if I just type blur, And if I just click on enter, you guys can see that I do have a lot of these blur options. Okay, so it totally depends up to me. What kind of blur am I looking for? Okay, so let's come here. If I do want to apply this kind, okay, I can basically apply any of these filters. If I just go to these video effects, okay, if I do want to apply some blur effect, I can also apply some blur effect as well. Okay, so that's how the blur effect gonna look like. You guys can see this is the type of blur effect that you guys can actually work on with. So let me just get this particular blur effect, and I can just place it right over here. Let's say if I just place this on top, and let's put out the blur effect over here. Let's place it down. Let's keep this thing right over here. Now, let's try to place these things up all accordingly. Same way, let's come here. Same way with this same video. Okay, so now if I just play this particular video, you guys can see how this blur effect actually looks like the background is basically being blurred right over here. You guys can see this part actually doesn't look that great, so I can just crop this thing out basically if that part is unnecessary. Okay, so I can come here, maybe crop this part as well. And also, let's say if I do want to start right from here, I can actually start it right from here. Okay, like suddenly if you do want to jump in, otherwise you guys can just go to different transitions, and you guys can just apply those transitions right over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to apply this transition right over here or at the start, you guys can select the amount of blur. Okay, like if you want that blur to slowly fade in, okay, you guys can also do that. So for that, let's come here, let's adjust the timing as well. And at first, let's come here, I will just put 0. Let's add a keyframe. And once you come to this particular point, let's just go with 50°. And again, right over here, I am going on with 50. And lastly, at this particular point, I am again going with 0. So now let's see how this particular transition actually looks like. Okay, so this transition looks quite great, and if you just want to take some time in blurring things out, you guys can also do so. So just position it accordingly the way you want it. Okay, so let's come here, and you guys will be able to see that it's slowly blurring in, and it will just slowly blur out as well. Okay, so that looks a lot more different and a lot better of how it is. And the same way you guys can work with these other options as well. Like if you do want to come here, let's add on some music. Let's go with a modeling keyword. Let's click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have all of these audios. And let's bring this down right over here. Let's put out a cut, or let's split it down. Let's select this option. Let's click on delete. Now shift Z to zoom to fit over here into the timeline. And let's see the preview. Well, this kind of looks good. And once you're done with this, if you want to apply more things, like if you want to put out some stickers and stuff as well, you guys can apply different kind of stickers as well. And under sticker, you do have a lot of this thing. Okay, so you do have mood, you do have soccer, you do have vlog, you do have this icon and stuff. So you guys can just select all of them. So let me just check that which one mostly I can apply. Okay, so let me just go with Japanese, and let's see what are the results that will be shown to me. So let's come here and let's come down and let me just take this one and let's see where I can basically apply this. And well, this sticker is being downloaded. Now let's drag it down right over here. Let me just bring it. And what I can do is I can just place this sticker right over here in one corner. And let's see how it actually looks. Okay. So let's click on enter. And maybe let's come here. And let's bring my cursor back again. And if you do want to decrease the size out a little bit, you guys can just decrease the size out a little bit as well. And also over here for this sticker, let's try to scale it up accordingly. Okay, so let's come right over here and let's add a keyframe, and I do want to scale 0, or let's go with 1. And once you come to this particular position, I do want to scale it somewhat around 80. Okay, so somewhat around 80. And now let's come over here. Let's add another keyframe. And lastly, I want it to disappear the same way. Okay, so let's come here, let's scale it down to 0. So now let's see how it actually looks. So yeah, this one kind of looks good. At the same time, if you do want to apply some animations, you guys can apply animation to this sticker as well. But eventually using the keyframes, I already have applied this. Okay, so let's come here. If you do want to increase it, okay, you can increase the duration as well. Let's come here, let's place it over here, and let's place it over here as well. Let's play it up. So yeah, now let's come right over here, and once you are done, you can now export this. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on export. Let's click right over here. Let's go to this desktop option. Now let's select my resource file, and I'll just select this particular folder, and I can just export this particular video. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this class on how you guys will be able to create a background blur inside CapCut, apply different kind of stickers, apply animations to it, and also how you can work on with the blur and its intensity as well. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys about the cinematic slow motion in CapCut. So we're gonna learn about different kind of cinematic slow motion, how you can actually create a cinematic video into a stunning slow motion video and give it some nice effects to it as well. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the new project and let's rename this as well. Okay, so gonna name this one as cinematic slow mo, and I'll just click outside. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to import the video using which I do wanna work on with. And if you don't have those, you guys can just directly go into your stock materials and basically uh, just type, let's say, if you do want any videos regarding cars, okay, so let's type cars, and if you just click on enter, you guys can see here you do have all of these videos of cars right over here. But for me, let me just go to device, let's click on import. So I'll just take this particular video and I am going to select this video. So let's open it up, and over here now if I just take this particular video, let's bring it over here into my timeline, shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. And now the next thing is that I do want to make a slow-mo out of this video. So as you guys can see, this is basically the normal pace of the video which I have right over here. Okay, so this is how it's going to end. So the next thing is what I'm gonna do is now if I do want to add some, or if I do want to modify the speed of the video, I will go into this properties panel, and from this properties panel I will just click on speed, and under speed here you do have two options. So this is the normal option from where you guys can actually manipulate the speed of the whole clip. This is the duration of the whole speed, and now here you do have another option known as the curve. Okay, so if you just come here and if you do want to apply the montage, let's come here, and here you guys can see this is how it is going to actually work. Okay, so instead of using it quite like this, what I can do is now if I just apply none here in the whole video, and individually also if you want to work, you guys can do that. But instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to make different parts of this video. Okay, so I will just split it right over here. Let's take this particular set of video, and now what I'm gonna do is let me just take out the montage. So here you guys can see this is how it is going to work. Let's come here and let's just bring it maybe a bit over here, and let's see how it actually works. And let me just adjust this a bit as well. Let's see how this video actually works. And yeah, this kind of looks good. You guys can see this particular slow mo right over here. If you want to put on some effect as well on top, you guys can just go on top right over here, and you guys can just apply those effects as well. Okay, so over here you guys can apply those effects. Let's come here. I will just drag this down right at this particular point. Let's place it right over here, And now let's see how it actually looks. So you guys can see this is the slow-mo effect. And now once you're right over here, again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and till this much, okay, till here, I'm going to give a split cut again. So I will just cut this one. I will select this particular part. Let's go to speed, and over here now I can just apply this flash in option. Okay, so let's see how it actually looks. And this is how the flash in is going to look like. Okay, so if you do want to come down as well, so let's come right over here, and let's see. And this is how it's going to work. Let's place it right over here on top, and this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so now you guys can come here, select this set of video, and maybe I will just put another split over here in between. Now let's select this. I will just select this bullet option, and now let's come down over here, and I'm just going to place this underneath as well. Now let's play this one up, and now let's come here. Let's bring it up quite at this particular point. The same way, let's come here, and now let's see how it actually works. And I'm just going to slow it down using this regular method. Okay, so let me just go with 0.5x, and slowly this is how I do wanna end. Okay, so let's say only till here I will just end it. So for that, now let's come here, let's go to the split option, let's split it up again, let's select this particular tool, and now let's delete this. Okay, so as you guys can see, 4 individual parts. And now let's again go to the speed. Let's go to the curve option. And there's this one option which is smooth slow-mo. Like if you do have a clip, and if you do want to smoothen it, you guys can smoothen it as well. So I'll just click on smooth slow-mo, and I am going to go with optical flow. Okay, so now let's wait. So the optical flow is basically applied in the first one. Okay, so if I just play this, you guys can see that is how it's going to look like. Okay, so this is going to end right over here. And what I'm gonna do now is let's come to this and again apply smooth slow-mo again. So I'll just apply it in all the 4 frames. Let's go with optical flow. So well, it takes time, like according to the processor, what you're using in your PC, what kind of computer you're using. It totally depends on that. Okay, and sometimes it also depends on the kind of internet you are using as well. So the second clip is done as well. Let's go on to the third clip, and let's go with optical flow back again. So the smooth flow is basically been applied, and over here in standard I don't need to do anything. Now let's see how it actually looks. So you guys can see how it actually works. So let's come here into this second one, and now what I'm gonna do is I am going to go and basically apply some of these things. Okay, so let's come right over here, And now let's try to apply these things. Okay, so let's go with this. Otherwise, let's come here, or let's go on top. And yeah, this one kind of looks good. And I'm going to keep this one over here. And I am going to set the speed at 35. And once this is done, let's see the preview. And well, in this particular set of video, let's go to speed, let's go to curve, and most probably at this particular point, uh, I'm not going to make much of a change. Okay, so let's come here and let's place it, and let's place it right over here, and let's see how it actually looks. And let me just bring this frame somewhere around here. And yes, this one kind of looks a lot better. Now let's come here, and now this is how it is going to look. And let's place it right over here. And also, if you do want to apply things, you guys can also apply other features right over here. There are a lot, and also there are different kind of filters as well. Okay, so you guys can see there are different filters. So let me come here and let me just apply this filter at last. Okay, so lastly I'm going to apply this filter. Let's go to the stickers option, and out of the sticker option I am going to select one. Okay, so let's go with magazine. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see there are a lot of these options. So I'm just going to take this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, and most probably I'm going to place it right over here on top. Okay, so instead what I can also do is I can just decrease the size and maybe place it somewhere over here on top. Okay, so I can just apply this accordingly into this sticker option. Okay, so if you do want to increase the size, you guys can just increase the size of this as well. So let's see how it actually going to look. So now let's come here, let's come here. Now let's place this. And now lastly I'm going to add another sticker, which is flower. Let's click enter, and I'm just going to select this one, and let me just apply it right over here, and let's decrease the size. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to place it right over here. Well, now let's see how it actually looks. Or let's come here, let's place it over here, and I will just keep it. And at the start, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add up a keyframe. Well, I'm going to add a keyframe, and once I'm here at the last, I am going to increase the size from here, and I'm going to fill it up. So let's see how this actually works as well. So I'm just working in different layers, you guys can see. And lastly, this is how it is going to end. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's come here and let's play it. And now let's come here. Let's increase it. Let's delete this one. Let's come right over here. Let's add a keyframe, which is going to be like this. And once it comes right over here, now let me just move it up. And I'm just going to scale it to 500%. So let's play it up. It's a flower day, and that's how it's going to end. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how to create this cinematic video. So here you guys can see, and now you guys can see the change of the pace, and now the effect will basically be applied, and now it's done. So you can also choose the intensity, let's say from 50%. Okay, like over here it's going to be 0. So let's add a keyframe, but once it comes to this particular point, eventually the intensity is going to be around 90%. Okay, so now let's come here, and the intensity slowly changes, and that's how it's gonna end. Okay, so that's the slow-mo. That is the video. Now you guys can see the intensity changing and the sticker. So yeah, now lastly, let's go to audio, and let's go to drop. So I'll just search this, and let's see what are the audios that I will have it. So let's listen to this music. Now let's come here, and let's take this audio on Shift plus Z. Now let's trim it down. Now Shift Z, and let's preview the whole video now. Okay, so if you do want to see it in a full frame, let's play. So yeah, this is how it actually looks. And I hope this class was clear how to do this slow-mo, apply different kind of effects, and also work on with different filters in CapCut. So the next thing is to export. Let's click on export. The name is fine. Let's select the location. Where do I want to save? Let's go to desktop. Let's go to resource file. Let's select this folder. Everything else is good. Audio format is MP3. You can choose WAV or AAC or FLAC as well, but MP3 is most compatible. So I would choose that. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we're gonna learn more about CapCut. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where I'll be showing you guys about the double exposure effect in CapCut. So we'll see how you can create a double exposure effect. So let's not waste much time, and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of CapCut. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to import my video. So let's click on import, and right from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this video, as well as I am going to take this video as well. Okay. And now let's open both these videos right over here. So first thing first, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this video, and on top of that video, I'm going to keep this video as an uh, overlay. Okay, so I'm just going to do the exposure effect using this second video. So for that, now let's come here. Let's drag this video right here on top as the A roll video. Okay, because I'm just keeping it underneath of every video. Okay, so now once this is done, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this particular video and I'm going to place this video right over here. So shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline, and you guys can see now I do have it of the same size. Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline as well. Okay, so as this particular part is basically done, I need to choose from exactly where do I want to have this double exposure effect. Okay, so first thing first, let's go on to this top video which I have, which I'm going to use as a double exposure effect. Now I'll just go to blend, and under blend I am going to go with hard light. Okay, so as you guys can see, with hard light you guys are also able to see the behind video as well. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to move out the keyframe, and at this particular point, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come right over here, and from here now I am just going to make the opacity as 0, and I'm going to add out a keyframe. Okay, so once you're over here and once you come to a certain position, let's say around uh 2 seconds, or let's go with 2 seconds, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add another keyframe, but over here I am going to increase the opacity. Okay, so now I am done, and now let's just give it out a space, let's say till here, and I'm just going to split out my video. Okay, so as you guys can see now, if I just play this particular part, you guys can see slowly the double exposure effect works. Okay, and now once this is done, once I've splitted this b-roll video or the b-roll footage, I'm going to select this particular video, and I'm going to bring this one over here on this C roll place. Okay, so you guys can just move this one a little bit right over here. And the same way, what I'm gonna do is I am going to apply the default blending mode. Okay, so I will just go to default, and over here now I'm just going to add a keyframe, and once you just come somewhere over here, I'm going to put the opacity as 100% right over here. So it kind of works like a transition. Okay, so if you just take out a look, so if I just play this thing here, you guys can see this kind of works as a transition. Okay, and also if you do want to adjust the colors, okay, so you can adjust the colors as well. Otherwise, directly go to this adjustment option, and from here you guys can just decrease the temperature a bit. Okay, so let's play this, And let's decrease the temperature or make it a bit more blue. So let's come here and slowly it actually changes. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just decrease this a bit. Let's come here, and you if you do want to place it right over here as well, it works as well. Okay, so let's come here and you can just apply that particular thing. Okay, so just adjust this keyframe according to yourself and it is going to work fine. Okay, so if you do want to move out the keyframe, you can also move out and work on with the keyframe as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's apply this. Let's keep my keyframe right over here. Let's go back. Let's go to video. From blend mode, let's decrease the opacity to 0. And let's keep this one right over here. Let's play this up, and this is how it actually looks. So this double exposure effect looks quite amazing, as you guys can see. The opacity changes right over here as well. You can change the blend mode if you do want to brighten it. You guys can also brighten it at the same time. Okay, so once this is done, if you want to add more stickers and things, you guys can actually add those things as well. Okay, so let's click on stickers. Okay, and if anything you do want to put, you guys can basically put it right over here. So let me just place it over here on my screen. And what I can do is I can come here and I can just increase the size maybe. Okay, so at the beginning, okay, I can just increase the size, let's say to 500%. And eventually, let's add a keyframe right over here. And when it comes to this particular position, let me just go on and decrease the size maybe to this much. Well, let's see how this actually works. Okay, so let's come here. Let me just place it back where it was again. Let's play this thing up and slowly let's come here. Let's add this one. Let's delete it. Let's see how it actually looks. Or instead, what I can do is I can come here, and once you're right over here, I just want it to jump in. Well, jump in and slowly let it come right over here. Let's add a keyframe. And after that, once it comes to this particular position, I do want to scale it exactly down. Okay, so let's see how it actually looks. So that's how it's going to stay and it's gonna go back again. Okay, so if you also do want to put out the bounce in effect, you guys can also put on the bounce in effect right over here. This is how it's going to look like. And for out, let's select this bounce out effect. Okay, so this one kind of looks good. This is how it will appear and this is how it will be gone. Okay, so yeah, I hope this particular class was clear. Now, lastly, let's go to the audio and let's just type the keyword city. And let's see what are the audios right over here. Let's play this thing. Let's go with some other songs. Or let's go with this. So I'll just take this particular audio. I will just place it right over here. And the shortcut key for splitting is B. Okay, so you guys can come here. And now you guys can just split this one. Again, I'll just click on A for the selection tool. Let's click on delete. And now zoom to fit to the timeline. And over here, I do want to have it till last. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on how to create a double exposure effect in CapCut. And lastly, we are going to click on export and let's name this one as double exposure effect. And let's export this to the resource file which I have. So I'll just select the folder. The resolution is fine. The format is okay. I don't want the audio in a separate. So now let's click on export. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11 where I'll be showing you guys about the split screen effect. So over here we're gonna learn about the split screen effect. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see now, I'm here in the home page of CapCut. And first thing first, let's create up a new project. And as you guys can see that this is the workspace in which I am going to work on. Okay, so we are going to actually apply the split screen effect, and for that we do need some videos. So for that, let's click on import. And if you don't have these videos right over here, you can just get those videos from your stock videos as well. Okay. So let's come here. Let's take this video. And if you do want to import multiple videos, you guys can actually import multiple videos as well. Okay. Let's say I will just take this one and I am going to take this video as well. uh let's open it up. Okay, as you can see, these are the video which I have. So now let's take this video just right over here, and as this particular video also have an audio, what I can do is I can just right click, and after that I can just click on extract audio from this particular video, select this audio part, and you guys can just delete this one as well. And on top of this video, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put out this video, and also the last video, I'm gonna put it right over here. And one important thing which you need to do, that once you want to do the split screen effect, okay, you need to make sure that you do have the same duration of each video. Okay, so now let's come here. You guys can just click on B to get this razor using which you can just split, and if you just click on shift, you guys will be able to make a cut in both the videos. So let's click on shift, and you guys can see just at one click I do have splitted this all of these track videos in one position. So now again, let's click on A. Let's select this. Let's click on delete and delete over here as well. Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. And as you guys can see now, if I just view it, I am only able to see the video which is over here on top. And to do that now, like if you do want to make other layers visible as well, you guys come here, select this top layer, and let's click on blend, and you guys can just change the opacity of those videos. Okay, so let's come here and let's go with 40%. Okay, so I will just keep it around 40% for this one. And now let's come to this video, and I can just change this one's opacity as well. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it 40% right over here as well. Otherwise, if you do want to decrease it more, let's go with 20. You guys can do that as well. So now, once this part is done, now let's select this top layer of the video, and now you guys can basically go to this mask option in this properties panel. Okay, under video, let's click on mask, and here you guys can see there are a lot of these options. Okay, so let me just take this horizontal mask. So I will just select this horizontal mask right over here, and it might take some time to get applied, and totally depends on the type of PC you're using. Okay, so there is this rectangle as well. If you do want to use rectangle, you guys can use rectangle as well. But as you can already see that I have selected the horizontal one, and also I can just give it a rotation. Okay, so let's come here. Let's try to give the rotation somewhat around 65. Well, I can just go on with 6. And if you do want to increase it, let's say 60 or 75 is also kind of looks the same, as you guys can see. Okay, so that is being applied right over here. And as this is being applied in the first video, which is there on top, what I can also do is I can come here, and now I will invert the whole mask. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the invert option, which is known as reverse. So as you guys can see now, I do have reversed up the video. Okay, so that is done. Right now, if you do want to move it, okay, so along the line, you guys can basically move it. Okay, so this is how it's actually going to look like. Now, let's come to the second video, which I have right over here. The same way, I will just go with horizontal, and over here again, I am going to go with -70. Let's click on enter, and eventually I will just make out a line quite like this. Okay, so let me just place it right over here. My positioning is done. And now once these things are done, lastly, I don't have to come right over here. Eventually, what I'm gonna do is under video properties panel, I will just go to basic, and now I will just change the opacity. And also right over here, I am going to change the opacity of the video as well. Okay, so I will just change the opacity of this particular video. And also over here, I will just select this particular video, and I can just use this mask option. Okay, so let's go with the horizontal mask. Let's come over here, So minus 70. Let me just move this along the line as well. Okay. So let's come over here. Let's go to basic. A few just come here. So now if you take a look right over here, you guys can see now I'm only able to see two of this layer instead of all these three layers. So for that now I need to keep one thing in mind, that the first layer which I have inverted, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take that particular mask and I'm going to place it somewhere right over here. And the same way I will just come to this particular video, and what I can do is I can just invert it quite like this. So now if I just play this set of video, you guys can see now I am able to see all of these three layers of video all at once. Okay, so you guys can see this three layers of videos is basically being applied right over here. Okay, and to add some more effects to it, okay, you guys can just come here and maybe change out the starting time a little bit. Okay, like most probably, or what you guys can do is you guys can come here, and as that is the first video, so I will just come a bit over here and a bit right over here as well. Let's come here. Let's see how it actually looks. So this is how it's gonna come in. Okay, let's come here and let's try to play this. And let's see. So you guys can see all these three videos are being played quite well. Okay, like if you do wanna decrease sometimes, okay, you can come here and you can basically do that. Okay, so I will just turn off the auto snap. Okay, so if you just want to come here, let me just place it, and if you do want to change its positioning as well, you guys can change this as well from here. Okay, so I do have turned off, and let's see from the starting, and let's come here, and let's see now how it actually looks. And yeah, this one kind of looks better. And now you guys can also add some stickers as well. Okay, let's say over here I do want to put any kind of text and stuff, or let's go with some stickers, a lot easier. So let me just type presents. Let's click on enter. Let's see, or let's type presentation. You guys can just search how you want and what kind of things are you looking for. Okay, and if you want to have different kinds, you guys can also type on different kinds as well. Okay, if you are looking for journals, okay, you guys can just go on with those as well. Okay, so let's come here, and you can just import this particular sticker right over here. Okay, or maybe I will just uh put it somewhere around here, and you guys can just scale it down as well, and maybe uh place this one somewhere here in the center. Okay, so let me just see. Let me just decrease the timing of this and let's play. And yeah, this one kind of looks good. Let's add some audio. Let me just try to find out some drops that I can use as a color. Let's see. Let's hear this out. Well, that's too poppy. Now let's come here. Let's hear this music out as well. Okay, let's play it. And yeah, this one kind of looks good. I will just drag and drop this one right over here. Let me just start it. Shift plus Z. Now B for splitting things up. Now from here, let's come and I will just turn on the auto snapping. Okay, so I will just snap it right over here. I'll just click on A for the selection tool back again, and I'll just click on delete, shift and Z to zoom to fit in the timeline. Okay, let's snap it right over here and let's see how this total video looks like. Okay, so let's come here, or let's just start from somewhere here. So yeah, this one kind of looks good. And once this is done, I can just export this file. Let's click on export. And now I'll just go on to the name option. And from here, I will just type split screen effect. Let's select the location where I do want to export it. Let's go to desktop. This is my resource file. Let's select this particular folder. The resolution is fine. Format is okay. The frame rate is fine as well. Audio format is MP3. And I don't have to do a copyright check because the duration of my video is under a minute. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear for you all and you have learned that how to have a split screen effect. Okay, you guys can have multiple videos inside one same screen. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, where we'll be learning about tracking objects in CapCut. Okay, so we're gonna learn that how you are going to track objects in CapCut. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of CapCut. So the first thing is going to be creating a project. Okay, so over here I'll be creating up a new project. Let's click on create project and I'll have my interface shortly over here. So this is basically the interface in which I'm going to work on. If you want me to rename it, so I'll just name this one as tracking objects. Let me just click anywhere outside. And now if you do want to import your video, you guys can come here and you guys can import your video from here if you have it inside your PC. Otherwise, you can go on to your stock materials, and as you guys can see, in my stock materials, I already have this particular video which I do have star marked. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take this particular video over here onto my timeline, and now I will just click on Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. Okay, so now let's select this particular footage at first. And now what I'm gonna do is if I do wanna come here, let's go to video. There are this lot of options. Okay, like if you want to track as well on the basic. Okay, so here you guys can see there is stabilize option. Okay, if you do want to turn it on. Okay, there is blend option. Okay, so there is transformation option. There is retouching option right over here. And under speed, you guys can see you do have the standard speed and also the standard color right over here. And under animation, you guys can see there is in animation, out animation, and also there is this combo as well. And under adjustment, you do have all the options of adjusting the color. So HSL is there, there is curves as well. But for me, I will again directly go over here into the video option. And from the video option, now for tracking, what I need to do is I need to basically add out a text box. Okay, so I can just come here into this text panel, and if I do want to take any kind of templates as well, I can basically choose from all these templates right over here. Okay, so I can actually choose from here. Otherwise, if I don't like it, what I can also do is I can just go to add text and basically add a default text box. Okay, so I can come here. Let's just come here, and now let's write down a text. Let's go motion or motion tracking. And I'm also going to change the font from here. So I'm just going to change it right over here. If you do want to decrease the font size, you guys can come here and you guys can basically change the font size. But over here, I'm going to change the color as well. And once I do have changed out the color, okay, so you guys can see there are a lot of these options. Okay, like if you do want to decrease spacing, okay, or if you do want to increase spacing, you guys can do that. Let me just keep it in -2. If you want to increase spacing between the letters, you guys can also do that. Okay, so let me just keep it on 0 as well. Let's see how it actually looks with bold and without bold. There are also different pre-styles. Okay, you guys can choose these pre-styles as well. Okay, so I will just select this one right over here. And now let's just come down. Let me just place it right over here. And let's come down and let's see what are the different preset styles. So I have choose this particular preset, and now what I can do is I will just keep this one right over here. Okay, so I will just keep this right over here. Let me just make sure that it appears right from here. And now I want to enable tracking of these text. Okay, so basically what I actually want to do over here is that as you guys can see, I do have this particular car well over here. Okay, so wherever this particular car will move, my text will move on to the same way. Okay, so I want to do that particular thing. Okay, so let's come here. And for that, now I will just go on and I will just click on tracking and I will just click on motion track. Okay, so I will just click on motion track and on direction, I will select both. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to select this. Okay, so eventually I'll just select this car and now I am going to start the motion tracking. Okay, so let's start and it might take some time. So I'll just wait. So you guys can already see that it is just motion tracking the whole video or the whole clip. Like wherever this particular car is going, you guys can see that my text is also moving on the same way. Okay, so this is an amazing thing. What you guys can actually do right over here, you guys can see it's actually changing and the text is also rotating on the same way. Okay, so as you guys can see, and it's almost done right over here. Okay, and if you feel that well, your tracking is basically done, you guys can just cancel it right over here. Okay, so now this is basically done. Okay, so the tracking is basically done. You guys can see it is actually trying to see on both the ways. Okay, so let me just wait for a while. And well, it's now done. Okay, so now if I just play this video, you guys can see how this motion tracking actually works. Okay, so you guys can see this is the text I do have over here and it will disappear eventually. Okay, so that is how the motion tracking basically works. And the same way, let's say I want to come here or track, I will just name this one track object 1. Okay, because now if I come here, let me just go to this audio option. Okay, so under audio I will try to search some songs. Okay, so let's go with the keyword desert. Okay, so let's click on enter and let's see what all do I have over here. Let's play those things out. Let's play this. Or let's take this. Let me just place it right over here. Now Shift and Z, and you can just stream this thing up eventually. Shift and Z right over here. And you guys can just export this video. So for the last time, let's see how it actually looks. So yeah, now this is actually done. Let's click on export. So this is tracking objects 1. Let's select the location. Where do I want to save it? Let's go to my desktop. Let's go to the resource file. Let's select this particular folder and let's export it. And exporting is done as well. I'll just cancel this thing and let me just close this thing down. And now let's come here and let's create up a new project. Okay, so I'll just click on OK. and it will basically create me a new project where I will show you that the same thing like tracking objects, how you will be able to do it using a sticker instead of a text or any kind of object basically. So now for that, again, I will just go to my stock materials, which I have already saved. And what I'm gonna do is, as you guys can see, there are all of these videos. Okay. So as you guys can see, there are all these videos right over here. Let me just export this into my timeline and let's click on Shift and Z to zoom to fit here in the timeline. And let's first see this whole video. Okay. So you can just create a kind of a video over here. Okay, so let's try to see. Okay, over here, and now what you're gonna do here is, let's say you want to follow a particular car. Okay, so let's come here, and what I eventually want to do is I want to follow this car. Okay, let's say I want to come here, and basically I do want to follow this particular car. Okay, so what I can do for that is I can just go to the stickers option, and from the stickers option I can just search for arrow. So let's go for some arrow right over here. And now if I want to mention this one right over here, for that I will just select this particular arrow. And what I'm gonna do is I will just place it right over here. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so let's come here, and now I will just scale it down, and also I will just give this thing a 180-degree rotation. Okay, so let's just decrease the size from here. Otherwise, instead of selecting this, let me choose something which is uh, looking a lot better. Okay, like maybe some colorful ones. Okay, so let's go with this one. And what I can do is I can come here, maybe I will just place it, and also eventually I will just scale it down. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here, and maybe at the beginning itself, what I can do is I will just place it right over here. And now I want to follow this particular car as well. Okay, so let me just place my arrow towards this one. And now I am going to add tracking. So let's click on tracking. Let's go with motion track. And now I will just decrease the size, let's say. And eventually what I'm gonna do is I am going to motion track this particular car. Okay, and I will just choose the direction on both the sides. Okay, so let me see till till here. And yeah, this is fine, and I will just start motion tracking, and it might take some time. So you guys can see how it's actually motion tracking it. And if you do want to cancel it, you guys can basically cancel it as well. Okay, so let's come here, and eventually you guys can just decrease the size and maybe place it right over here. Okay, so let's come here, and let me just motion track. Let's decrease the size eventually. Let's try to restart. And now it's done. I'll just click on cancel and let's see how this actually looks. Okay, you guys can see this arrow is marking and now it's gone. So this is how you guys can actually do some motion tracking, and also with text you guys can do so. And the same way, if you do want to come here and now I want to put another arrow, or let's come here, let me just put on this kind of arrows. Okay, so let's come right over here. Let me just place this arrow somewhere over here. And now let's just decrease the size. Okay, and let's say from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. I'm going to point my arrow right here. And now I am going to do for tracking. So let's go with motion tracking. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to motion track this particular part. Okay, so I will come here and I'll just start tracking. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on start. Otherwise, let's bring it a bit further. Okay, so let me just bring it a bit farther over here, and I am going to put on this particular car. Let's select this one. Let me just place it right over here on top. And from here, basically, I do want to start. And let's click on start. And you guys can see it is tracking the car eventually. Okay, so you guys can see it's tracking the car quite well. And once this is done, you guys can just cancel it. Okay, so let me just come here and let's see how it actually works. So you guys can see it's tracking and it's gone. So you guys can just come here and I will just name this one as track objects 2. Okay. So I hope this class was clear on how you can track objects using the motion track, whether it be a sticker or whether it be a text. You guys can actually use both of this right over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage. So now I'll just export this particular file. I'll select the folder and I'll export it. So see you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, where I'll be showing you guys about the cinematic reverse and freeze effect. Okay, so over here we will learn that how you can actually create a cinematic reverse and freeze effect. Maybe you guys are not similar or familiar with that, but the ones who are, I'll be showing you guys that how to do it in CapCut. Okay, so make sure to follow all the steps to get the similar kind of outcome. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is the interface of CapCut. And let me just change the name. Okay, so I'm gonna name this one as reverse and freeze effect. And let's come right over here. And now you can import your videos if you don't have. But instead, what I'm gonna do over here is I will just go into my stock materials, and I do have this video. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put this particular video over here into the timeline. And to view this particular clip in my timeline properly, to put proper cuts throughout the clip, Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. So now let's see the video of how it actually works. Okay. And from here, now you guys have seen that this is a skating video. But now from here, slowly what I'm gonna do is I am going to take the most interesting part. Okay, let's say right from here. Okay, so let's say right from here I'm going to put out a cut, and the shortcut key to put up a split is B. Okay, so once I click on B, I do have that razor. So these are the shortcut keys that you should know. Okay, so that's going to be a lot helpful. So I'm just going to put out a cut, and now let's come here, let's see till here. Okay, so till here you do have the video, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to put out a cut right over here as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, now let's come here, let's take the selection tool. So now I do have three parts. Okay, so for that, now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to right click, and I'm just going to duplicate. Okay, so let's say I'll just click on copy, and I'm going to paste the same thing right over here, and turn off main track magnet, and I'm just going to put it right over here, and I am going to place it over here as well. So now Shift and Z, and let's see how it actually works, so you guys can see. And again, I do have the same video. Okay, but now over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to take this second clip which I had cut. Okay, so first off, I do have cut this one. I have copied and pasted the same clip over here back again, and I'm just going to right click, and if you do want to reverse the video, you guys can actually reverse the selected video as well. So you guys can come here, let's see, let's go to edit option, which is just beneath the split screens, and I'm just going to click on reverse clip. Okay, so reverse clip is being applied. Now let's play this one, and here you guys can see how it actually works, and the clip is basically being reversed. Okay, so for that, now what I can do is I can come here, and instead of trimming it down, let's come here. Now let's play this. You guys can see the first footage, and this is the reverse footage back over here. So again, I am going to come here, then I am going to copy and Control V to paste it. Let's come here, and I'm just going to put out the same video right over here back again. Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. Now let's see the whole clip. You guys can see, now you guys will be able to see the reverse as well. And now again, it is back. Okay, so over here, this particular middle clip, okay, Like if you do want to come here and if you do want to increase the speed, let's say I'll just come here and maybe I will just increase the speed to 1.3, and the same way I'm just going to go with 1.3 right over here, or let's go with 1.5 and 1.5 over here. And now at this particular point, let me just decrease it to uh, zero point 0.7. Okay, so I'll just come here and I'm just going to put it to zero point 0.7, and let's see how the whole video actually looks like. So let's play the video and you guys can see, that particular reverse and back again, it's fast. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is how it actually works. And also if you do want to smoothen these parts, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just go to this curve option and you guys can just smoothen those up as well. Okay, so let me just select all of this and I'll just place it right over here. Let me just place it in the middle, and over here you can eventually work on with these curves. Okay, so let's come here and let's take this and let's see how it actually looks. And you can just come over here as well and you can just go on with the flash in. Okay, so let's come here and let's see how it actually looks. Or let's play this thing up and I'm just going to select both of this and I'm just going to place it right over here. So I'm not going to put out any place there in between. And lastly, I am going to put on this freeze effect. Okay, like once you are over here, I want to put on the freeze effect for a while. Okay, at this particular point, now I'm just going to right click. Now let's go to edit option, which is just under the split screens, and you can just click on freeze and you can eventually decrease the size of your freeze point. Okay, so let's come here, let's see the whole video. And you can just decrease the size, let's say. Let's come here and I'm just going to freeze it up for a while. And let's come here and I'm just going to put it, let's say this is fine actually. Let's play it up. And yeah, this kind of looks good. So now let's come here, select all of this. Let's give it out this particular spacing. Let's select all of this. Let me just place all of this accordingly. Now I will turn on the main track magnet and let's see how it actually looks. Well, this looks nice. And again, the reverse and back again over here. And it's done with the freeze. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create this particular effect of reverse and freeze. And also you guys can add some cinematic effects to it. Well, now, if you do want to add text and stuff, you guys can just go to text, click on add text, and over here you guys can just type freestyle, let's say freestyle. Let's select the type of font I'm gonna use. Let's select the color. Let's go with black color. And I'm gonna keep it right over here. Let's decrease the size. And from here, if you do want to add all of this, let me just go with this one, or let's go with this, and let's see how it actually looks. And yeah, now let's add audio. Let's go to audio, and I will just type freestyle keyword. And let's see what are the recommended audios over here. Let's play these things out. So let's take this particular audio and let's stream this up as well. So I have told you guys about the shortcut keys that you need to use, which is B from your keyboard to get the shift. So I'll just click right over here. A for selection. Let's click on delete. Shift plus Z. Now let's see the whole result. So yeah, this kinda looks good. And also at the same time, if you do want to come right over here and if you just place it, now copy and paste it, and you guys can just put it right over here as well. So now let's see. So let's come here and I'm just going to Control C copy and I'm just going to paste. And yes, this looks good. So yeah, this one kind of looks better. So let's come here. Let's so yeah, now let's save it up. Let's click on export and here now let's select where do I want to export it. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. Let's select the folder and I'll just click on export. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14 where I'll be showing you guys about the crawling text animation in CapCut. So how you are going to apply that crawling text animation inside CapCut. We're gonna learn about that particular thing right over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see now, this is the interface in which I'm going to work on. And let's first rename this, okay? So let's name this one as crawling text, okay? So let's name this one as scrolling text. And now you can also import your videos. So I'll just click on import videos and I can just choose the type of video I want to take. Okay. So let's take this particular video. Let's open it up right over here. And as you guys can see, the duration of the video is somewhat around 9 seconds and 33 frames. Okay, so once I've imported this one, you guys can see it in the preview panel as well. I do want to take the whole clip inside my timeline. So for that, let's drag and drop it. Shift and Z to fit it here in the timeline. And now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the stock materials, and over here now I am going to type B and W, and let's click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have all of these options. So if you do want to filter it as well, you guys can also filter it accordingly. Okay, like uh, I only want photos, let's say, or let's say no limit. Okay, you guys can basically find all of this right over here. Okay, as you guys can see, that is how it's going to look like. Okay, so you guys can actually choose all these things. Okay, so let's select this one. You guys can see this is also kind of the same. Otherwise, if you want to take any kind of image, or let's go with a background. Okay, so let's just click on the background key. Okay, so this is how it is going to look like. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna place it right over here on top. Okay, but instead now what I'll do is I will turn off the uniform scaling and I can basically crop it as well. Okay, so I will just change the height. Okay, let's say I will just keep the height somewhat 15, and what I can do is I can just place it underneath right over here. Okay, so let's place it. And if you do want to decrease the width, let's say 100% looks quite good. Okay, so I'll just come here, let's select this particular part. And as this is being applied, or if you do want to put it right over here on top, like you want to put your text on top, you guys can also do that. Okay, so here you guys can see now this looks a bit better. Okay, so I will just keep this one over here on top. And once you are done with this particular part, let's go to text panel over here. And from text panel, let's take a default text box. So I'll just click on default text. Let's increase the size. Okay, so I will just increase the size eventually. And now I already do have the text which I want to copy. Let's go to my notepad. I will just select all of this, Control C to copy, and Control V to paste. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of the text. Okay, so let me just go with 5, or let's go with 7. Let's check this one. Okay, so this one kind of looks good. And now what I'm going to do is I am basically going to check out the starting. And now I am going to put this one over here in one side. Okay, so let me just place this one right over here. And once this particular font is right over here, now I am going to add some keyframes. Okay, so I will just put out a keyframe right over here. And if I do want to move out the x-axis, okay, or you want to move on, let's say, uh, let's come here, let's select this one, and at start, okay, let's come over here. At start, I am going to put my text box somewhere here, and I am going to put one keyframe over here. And once you just move till last, what I'm gonna do is let's come here, and I am just going to move this particular text towards the left. Okay, so let's come here, and I just want to put it on the extreme left. And if you do want to do it on the other sides as well, you guys can actually do it in other sites. Okay, so I will just take my time. You guys can just take your own time for doing so. So let's come here. So let's roll it out. So just do it slowly. We will also see the preview of how it's actually going to work. Okay, so let's come here, and individually, let me just move this one over here. And let me just play this thing up so you guys can see it, how it actually moves a lot faster. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the timing, or like you want to slow it down, you guys can also slow it down as well. Or instead, what you guys can do is maybe take a bit of your text and maybe just delete some part of it. Now let's play this thing up, and you guys can see of how it actually looks. And maybe let's come here, let's place it up, and this one kind of looks good as well. And let's come here, let's increase it. Let's move out the keyframes. And you guys can see this is how it is going to end. Okay, so now let's come right over here. If you want to decrease the speed, you guys can come here, and you guys can eventually decrease the speed of the text as well. Okay, so if you want to put out different colors also, you guys can come here and you guys can select the type of font. You guys can select the color of the text. If you want any scaling options, you do have the scaling options as well. Okay, and also now let's come here. Let's just delete this old text. Let's add up a new text box and let's come here, increase the spacing. Let's keep this text box and I will just take out the text where's my notebook, and instead of this everything, Control C and Control V. Let's decrease the font size, and now let's select the type of font. Okay, so let me just take this type of font, let me just place it right over here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, maybe cover up the whole thing. Let's take it to the extreme left, and you can add keyframes accordingly. Okay, so I'll just come here. Let's go to position option. Let's put out a keyframe, and now I will just select this thing again, and I will just select this box, and eventually I will just move this thing all along. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe at the starting. Okay, so let's come here, let's add out this keyframe. Let's delete this one and let's place this keyframe over here. Let's go to the position option, so one keyframe right over here and the other one at back. Okay, so let's come here and let's just drag it. Okay, so I will just eventually drag it on the other side. Let's come here, let's just drag this thing down, and maybe I need to make sure that I do keep the alignment properly. Okay, so yeah, and now let's see how it actually looks, and you guys can see now this is more visible than the one which we were looking before. And that's how you guys can create a crawling text effect inside inside CapCut. So now if you do want to move it up a bit, you guys can actually move it out a bit as well. Okay, if you do want to position it at last, let's come here and you can just position it at last as well. So you guys can see on top I do have my text, and underneath I do have the video, and the alignment is nice and well as well. So all these things I just did it with the keyframe in the position option. Okay, so you guys can see I do have mentioned these particular things right over here, and once this is done you guys can just come here and basically export this particular file as well. Let's click on export, and you guys can see the name is scrolling text. Let's export this to the resource file. Let's select the folder, and before that let's come here and let's add an audio which I really forgot. So let's come here, let's take this particular audio, B to get the split, and I'll just put out a split. Let's click on A for the selection tool, back again, Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. Export, and this is the folder I want to choose. And now I can just click on export and this particular video will get exported. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about CapCut and its usage for advanced features. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15 where I'll be showing you guys about the cinematic color grading in CapCut. So let's not waste much time. I'll be showing you guys how you can create a normal clip to a cinematic clip using color grading as well as adding different kind of texts and also animating those as well. So let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of CapCut. The first thing you're going to do over here is basically create up a new project. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on create project, which will basically lead me to the interface in which we are going to work on. Okay, so this is basically the interface in which we gonna work on. And now the next part of the video is that we need to import the video over here into this import panel. Okay, so now let's click on import. Okay, and you guys can just locate the place where you have saved that file. Now let's come down. I will take this portrait video and I can just open it up right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now this particular video is in preview mode. And also if you don't have those videos in your PC, instead what you guys can do is you guys can go to your stock materials and usually you guys can search the type of videos you're looking for, and also there are different niches as well. You guys can take it from there as well. So once I have imported my video here in this import panel, now let's drag it down over here in my timeline. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the video which is over here. Now if you want me to play this thing, you guys can see this is how the video is going to look like. Okay, but now the most important part about this is that I need to make sure that I do a proper color grading. Okay, and for color grading, the first thing what I need to do is you guys can just go and you guys can just apply different kind of filters. Okay, you guys can apply different kind of effects. And also if you just go to this adjustment panel, you guys can also get different kind of LUTs. Okay, like you guys can just try different kind of LUTs, like how they actually look. These are few of the pre-built LUTs which you guys can actually use. Okay, so now if you just click on to this plus sign, you guys can see this particular LUT is basically being added over here on my video. And also from here you guys can increase or decrease the intensity of the LUT. Maybe I'll just keep it to 70%. And also you guys can change the type of LUT from here as well. Okay, so let's take this adjustment layer back again. And if you have in your video, like if you have any person inside, make sure to use this particular option, which is protect skin tone. So what it basically does is it turns on to make skin tones more natural. Okay, like it will make it more natural, and the LUT which you have applied, it won't affect the skin quite like that. So automatically what CapCut does is it understands that what are the things available inside a video. It analyzes it and it gives you the thing accordingly. So now let's come here. I will just give a protect skin tone, and also now over here individually if you want to increase the temperature, let's say I will just decrease the tint a little bit. And now if you want it a bit on the red side, okay, you guys can see with more saturation how it actually looks. Let me just increase the saturation by 8%. And also you guys can just increase the exposure maybe by 5%. Okay, and you guys can just decrease the contrast maybe by 5% as well. You guys can increase the highlight, and now you guys can also work on with the shadows. Okay, so I will just decrease the shadows maybe minus 25 over here if you do want to focus on the whites. Okay, so let me just go with 10%. And you guys can also focus, maybe I'll put 5% blacks. And over here you do have the option of brilliance. Okay, so it lightens up this particular thing. So let me just put it minus 5 over here. And the next thing is that if you do want to sharpen this image or this particular set of video, maybe I'll sharpen it to 25%. You guys can just check out the clarity. I'll put it 50% over here. And if you do want to fade this video, I will put out a fade of 30. And you guys can work on with the vignette, which I will just keep it neutral. And also you guys can just go to this HSL option. Okay, so you guys can individually pick colors. Let's say I want to make a change the tint of red, or let's see what are the color visible over here. So if I just go on with the yellows, okay, if I just increase or decrease the saturation, I can do that. Let me just go on with the blues. Okay, increase the saturation, the lightness. Okay, you guys can make those changes. And also under curves, okay, you guys can basically add a point. Okay, so let's say I will just add out a point right over here. And also I will just add a point over here as well. Okay, so I have added 2 points over here, and also this red color. Okay, if you do want to give it a bit of color, let's add out a bit as well to give it out a more cinematic look. Okay, and if you do want to focus on the blues, okay, you guys can also focus on the blues a little bit and maybe decrease a bit right over here. Okay, so now if I just play this particular video, you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so you guys can see the stunt right over here, and it does give a more realistic look. So my adjustment over here is basically done. Okay, so the next thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to assess the whole video. Okay, so from here I have already taught you guys about the reverse effect, like how you can have a reverse effect over here. So now let's come here, let's mark the important point of the video where you do want to put out a cut. Okay, so let's pause this video right over here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on B from my keyboard, which will give me the split mode. So I'll just click on B, and here you guys can see I do have the blade, and the place where I do have kept my cursor. Okay, so it will just snap to that point and I can just make out a cut. Okay, so now let's play it up again and till landing. So again what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put another cut to it. And now if I just want to get the selection tool back again, instead of this razor tool, I will click on A from my keyboard, and now I do have my selection tool. Okay, so these are few of the shortcut keys which you need to make sure that you know while you're working. Okay, so now let's come here, and as you guys can see, this is the part I am looking for. So now let's right click, and I will just click on copy and right click and paste it. Okay, so you do have paste this particular part, and now I will turn off the main track magnet over here, and let's place it right over here just beside. Okay, and now let's see how this particular video actually looks. And this is actually playing back again. So I'm going to right click over here, and I'm going to reverse this video which I had put. So right click, let's go to edit option, and from edit I will click on reverse. Okay, so it's just reversing my clip. So it might take some time, and sometimes it happens very quickly like this. So now let's play this thing up, and let's see, and you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so again, once this effect is done, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to right click, and now I am going to click on copy, and now again I'm going to paste. Okay, so now I will just move this one up right over here, and let me just increase it, and let's see the effect. You guys can see this is the effect of how it actually looks. Okay, so now let's come here. I will just place this one right over here. Let's place it. Uh, let's place it back over here again. And now if I just turn on the magnet, now let's try to see how this actually looks. Okay, so this is the video right over here. Here's the jump, and back again, and this is how it will basically end. Okay, so it just gives a more realistic effect. And now the next thing what I'm gonna do over here is I'm going to go into the effects panel. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and I'm going to apply this one at first. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm going to apply this particular effect at the beginning. Okay, so let's come here, and I have applied this TV on, so you guys can see this is how it's going to start. So let me just keep it right over here, and once it reaches this particular part, I'm going to put on some other effects. Okay, so there are a lot of it which you guys can actually apply. Okay, so you guys can just click on those, and you guys can just see how it actually works. Okay, so you guys can see this is how it's going to look like. So you guys can just put on this right over here, which is the astral. Okay, so let me just keep it right over here, and I'll just keep it right over here as well. Let's play this one, and you guys can see this basically gives up a very nice effect. Okay, and once you have put this as well, you guys can just give other one, like I will just type blink, and let's see what are these options. Here you guys can see I have one options which is known as the black flash. Okay, so you guys can just apply it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put this flash right over here on top till here, and now I will see how this actually looks. Okay, so this is how it's going to start, and after that, here you guys can see the flash, and it basically ends quite like that. So you guys can also change the speed of the splash, I'll just keep it 25. And for astral, you will be able to change the range and also the speed. Let me just come here. Let me just put it to 30. And also I will just put the range to 90. And for TV1 effect, you guys can check out the lateral chromatic abbreviation, the strength, the speed, and also the longitudinal chromatic abbreviation. Okay, so each and every effect, they do have their own options. So the more you try, the more you know, and also the more you will be able to segregate the ones you basically like. So to start a video with this particular effect looks kind of nice. So that's how it started, and you guys can see how it actually goes back and it's done. Okay, so over here now let's come and let's put on some text which we can basically use. Okay, so under text, if I just go on to the text option, there is this default text box which you can use. Okay, but instead you guys can also use different kind of text templates which are just pre-made titles which you can use inside any of your video. There are also different kind of effects. Okay, so on the effects there are trending effects. Okay, there are basic ones. Okay, so you guys can just choose which one you like accordingly. So there is this auto captions option, and if you already have a video or what is it, the caption of your video, if let's say you have a video and also you do have the soft copy of that caption which you want to put just beneath the video, you guys can import that file and make sure to upload it into or apply it into your video. So now let me just go with add text, and let's add a default text box. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna see how it actually looks. Okay, so let me just come right over here, and I will be placing the text box somewhere here, maybe on top somewhere. So in that case, now let's come to this properties panel, and in the properties panel I am going to just type, I will just use all the capital letter, site cycling is fun. Okay, so just a random text. And after that, you guys can also make it bold. Okay, so you guys can just make it bold, and also you guys can change the type of text or font you guys gonna use. Let's say now let's come right over here, and if you do want to align it in any other sides, you guys can also align it any other sides as well. Okay, so if you do want to change things, okay, you guys can change things as well. Let's check out with different colors. Well, you guys can just change on with different colors. Let's say I will just put out this color, and also you guys can come here and maybe put out a border to it. Okay, so there are also different presets which you guys can actually use. So let's come here, and eventually this is how it actually looks. If you do want to move it on to the right hand side a little bit, you guys can just move this one to the right hand side a little bit. Okay, so that is how it actually looks. And also let's select this particular text box, and after that, if you want to use any of these options where you want to set your text inside any of these bubbles, you guys can do that. And there are also different effects which you can use. And now let's directly go on to this text animation options. Okay, now let's see how you want your text to come in. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just check how you want your text to appear on the screen. Let me just go on with the typewriter over here. Okay, so let's come here. Let's apply the typewriter, and for out, let me just go on with this glitch. Okay, so I will just put on the glitch right over here, and now let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so this is how I basically wanted this, and here you guys can see the effect really looks nice. And as the text is already done, you guys can see the text is done. The editing is almost done as well. And if you do want to play it in a loop itself, you guys can also do that. So, well, everything is basically done right now. And what I'm gonna do over here is I'm going to go into the audio section. And from the audio section, I can basically choose any kind of audio. Let's search with the same keyword, which is cycling. And let's see what are the audio recommendations over here. So you guys can also hear it out.
那么前也曾记得把猫眼压给鲁夫，不记得经历别说。
Let's go. So let's apply this particular audio over here. And now let's click on B from my keyboard to get that particular razor. Let's put out a cut. A again to take my selection tool. Now let's click on delete. And now I will just click on Shift and Z to zoom to fit here in the timeline. So now time for the final result of the video.
那么前也曾记得把猫眼压给鲁夫，不记得经历别说。操你妈逼！over 的苏木短期忘记生活多垃圾，可能世上大多公民和平都是作假戏。
So yeah, this was the video which I do have created using color grading. We have used how you can reverse it, which we have already learned, but to show you guys a project quite like this, we have used different kind of effects, also manipulated their positioning. We have also used text and also applied different colors as our liking to it. So now let's click on export, and now let's name this one as cinematic color grading. Let's choose the location. Where do you want to export it? This is the resource file. So as everything is done, now I will just click on export and this particular file will get exported. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we're going to learn more about CapCut and its usage. So see you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, where I'll be showing you guys about the swipe text effect in CapCut. So we'll learn that how you can basically apply the swipe text effect over here. So we will see how it actually works. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of CapCut, or you guys can call it the interface. And the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I am going to import the videos. So let's click on import. And from import, here you guys can see there is a series of videos, but I'll take this one and let's open this thing up. Okay, so the total duration of the video is around 42 seconds, but I will just make it somewhat around 10 seconds most probably. And I have decreased the size, and now let's click over here, and I do have imported it as well. So let me just decrease it somewhat around 10 seconds. And let's 10 seconds right over here. Let's click on that video, Shift and Z to zoom to fit over here in the timeline. So now let's come here and let's see the whole video over here. And now in this particular video, now what I'm gonna do is I am going to first add out a text box. Okay, so the first thing is that I'll go to this top panel over here. Let's click on the text box and I'm going to add out a default text box over here. Okay, so I will just add out a default text box over here. Now let's select this particular text, or before that I can just select the type of font that I'm willing to work with. Okay, so now let's click over here and you guys can see there are a lot of this. Okay, so let's come here and let's go with the terror. Okay, that looks too fancy. This one also kind of looks too fancy. So let me just go with this Amity one. And now I am going to type Kerala, India. Okay, so I'm just going to type this thing right over here. Let me select this particular text. And now I am going to move this one right over here on top. Okay, so I'm just going to put this one right over here on top. And also at the same time, if I want to apply glow, I can apply glow to this letter as well. So let's click on glow over here and I can also choose the color. Okay, so if you want to give it a black glow, you guys can come here and you guys can just give this one up a black glow as well. You guys can select the range. Okay, I'll just keep it 50, and also you guys can select the intensity as well. Okay, so maybe around 35. Okay, so let's see around 35 over here, and now this is quite nicely visible right over here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, this part is basically done. The next thing is that I will select this particular text, or let's select this particular video, and now I will just go on to the masking option, and under masking option I will just take out the horizontal masking. Okay, so let's come here, and now what I'm gonna do is before that, or before doing this one right over here, I will come here, I will select this particular text and I'll right click, and I am going to create this text as a compound clip. Okay, so I just forgot this particular step to tell you guys. So as I've selected the text style, the text color, wherever I do want to put of my text, the type of text I am going to work with, and I have already turned this into a compound clip from a text. Okay, so now let's select this one, and if I just go to video, you guys can see now I do have the masking options. Okay, so now I do have the masking option right over here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to give this one up a rotation, And now I can also move this thing up. Let's say I will just give this one up a rotation from here. Okay, so let's come at this particular point, and what I'm gonna do is I am basically going to add out a keyframe. Okay, so let's come here, and I am going to add out a keyframe right over here at this particular position. And now, like once you come right over here at last, okay, so now I am going to take this mask, and after that I am just going to come here, and this is how I do want to reveal. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks. So this is how it's actually going to look like. But instead, now what I want to do is I want to fade, like if you're coming and if you're looking at this particular page, once it's showing it, I do want to fade the other part as well. So for that, now instead of coming here and adding this keyframe, so now to get that particular effect which we are looking for, we need to use this mirror mask over here. Okay, so I will just choose out this mirror mask over here. Basically decrease the strip size. Now let's come here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna come here and I'm just going to move this a bit far onto this particular side. Let's increase the width a little bit. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to add a position. Okay, let's keep this cursor at the beginning, and now let's add one keyframe at the first position. And now let's move this playhead. Okay, so most probably let's place it right over here, and I do want to move this one till here. Okay, so now let's try to see how it actually looks. So this is how it will actually appear. But at the same time, if you do want to increase the width, you guys can also increase the width, and you guys can see that how it actually looks. Okay, so now let's just view this whole video right over here. And this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so here you do have this particular effect over here. Now, let's increase the size, or let's just move this one. Okay, so let's come here and let's see this particular set of video, how it actually looks. And this is how it actually looks and it actually appears. So this one looks quite amazing, looks quite good as well. But few things now which are left is that over here we need to make sure that we work on with the keyframes properly. Okay, so now the compound clip which you had created, if you do want to undo the compound clip, you guys can do that. If you want to uh, replace the clip, you guys can do that. And here you do have one option known as the show keyframe animation. So if you just click on show keyframe animation, you guys can see that there are a lot of these options. So there is position X right over here, as you guys can see. So you guys can just work on with all these options right over here. You guys can just work on with the position X right over here. Let me just stress this one out, and also this particular one. If you do want to work on with this, you guys can do that. And here you need to make sure that you select this auto curve. Okay, or let's go with auto curve option. Okay, so here, now let me just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so I'll just choose this auto curve. And now over here, now I'm going to make this one out a proper curve. So make sure to apply this one. And also the same way, let's close down the position X. Now let's come to the position Y option. And the same way over here, I will select the uh, auto curve. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take the auto curve and I will just put out a curve right over here as well. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks. So let's come here and you guys can see is this became a lot faster. Okay, so instead what you guys can do is you guys can just undo this one. Okay, so just undo the way it was. Otherwise, let's come here and you guys can change the position X as well. So now let's come here. Let me just place it right over here. Let's place this thing. Let's go on with the mask. Let's see how this actually works. So this is a lot faster. Okay, so you guys can see this moves out a lot faster. Let's come here and let's delete this. And let's play this thing out. And now this one is actually a lot slower. Okay, so again, I will just delete all of this. Okay, so let's come here. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete this particular keyframe. And at start from the very beginning, I am going to put out a keyframe right over here. Okay, so let's go to video. Let's go to, let's come here. Let's shift it right over here. Position 1 and the next position right over here. Okay, let's come here. Slowly, I want you to move it right here itself. Okay, so now let's see how it actually works. So yeah, this is how it's going to basically work. And also now let's right click. Let's go to keyframe animation. Let's click on the mask. Let's click right over here. And again, I will just try to go for the auto curve. Okay, so I will just come here. Let me just position it the same way how it was. Let's come and let's place it and let's put out a auto curve. So I will just take out this particular handle and maybe move this one out a little bit. And also for the position Y, let's close down the position X first and let's go to position Y. Now I will just click over here into the auto curve and let's go to the auto curve option. Let's select this one. Let's select the handle and let's just bend it to an extent. Okay, so now let's see how this mask is going to work basically. And yeah, this does give a nice effect as well. Okay, if you do want to increase the size, you guys can basically increase the size as well. Okay, so this one basically gives some kind of ease in and ease out effect over here. If you just take a look, so you guys can see the ease out effect looks quite amazing. So now the last thing which is left is go to audio and just type traditional. And let's try to play these videos. Let's take this and I'll just put it right over here. Let's trim this down a bit. Let's place it up. Let's click on B to get the split option. And now again, I'll just click on A for the selection tool. Let's delete Shift and Z to zoom to fit here in the timeline. Now this is the time for the preview. So let's play. So yeah, this is how the split text effect actually works. Okay, so lastly, now you guys need to click on export and I will just save the name to split text effect, and let's export it to my resource file. Let's click on desktop. This is my resource file. Let's select the folder and I'll just export it. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Advanced CapCut tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 17, where I'll be showing you guys about creating a thumbnail in CapCut. Okay, so we'll learn that how you can create thumbnail inside CapCut for your video. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the CapCut. So what is a thumbnail? Basically, you guys need to know. So any video, let's say in any of the social media platforms, or if you just take a look on my screen itself, you guys can see you are not able to see the whole video being played, but instead they're just showing a frame of the video. And sometimes, especially in social media platform or for presenting that particular video, you want to have a stunning thumbnail for your video. So for that, how you gonna make that in CapCut, I'll be showing you guys that particular step. So CapCut have that particular option as well. So the first thing what you need to do is make sure to go to any project. So let me just go to this project in which we guys were working. And now this video is done. Okay, so now to make a cover page or a thumbnail here in the timeline, you guys can see there is this small option known as a cover. Okay, so you guys can see once I hover my mouse over this option, it says click to edit cover. So I'll just click onto this cover option, and now you guys can see you will kind of have a interface quite like this. Okay, so there are a lot of options. We will go through each one of this. So the first one is a template. Okay, like if you want to replace this with any other template, let's say this one, okay, it will totally be replaced with this kind of template. You guys can see the text is been replaced. If I just come here, and you guys can see that now I do have this kind of text. Okay, so there are different kind of templates which you guys can use right over here. Okay, so you guys can move these things apart, and also right over here a lot of these options. Okay, individually you guys can move all of it. Okay, so after that, here you do have the option of design. Okay, you guys can choose a particular theme, and under this theme you guys can actually see these colors as well. Okay, so you guys can see that there are different colors over here or color templates, and you guys can choose any one from it. Okay, and also you guys can choose the type of font that you're gonna use inside your template. Okay, so there are also a lot of options, like if you want to search regarding the type you want. Let's say I want some concise one. Here there are few options available. Okay, so you guys can just choose it right from here. Let me go on with formal. So this one also looks quite nice. Now let's go back. The font part is done. And let's say if you do have any kind of photo and you want to basically take the color type, or basically take that color frame from this photo, you guys can also do that. Okay, so there are all of these color palettes which you guys can choose from under design. And also there is this uploads option. Okay, let's say you already have uh, a template done from any other media. Okay, but you do want to directly bring this one right over here in CapCut. Otherwise you already do have one template, but what you want to do is you want to do some basic or some minor editing inside CapCut. Okay, so you guys can go to this uploads option, and from here you guys can just click on to this option. Okay, so if you just click right over here, it will redirect you to your PC, and from here basically you guys can open and you guys can work accordingly. So if I just click over here just for an example, so if I just click on open, here you guys can see now I do have this image, and if I just click on this image, you guys can see I can have this one right over here for my work. So let's delete this particular image from here. And also if any part you want to select from the video, you guys can select any part from the video as well. And the next option is text. Here you guys can see under text, you do have the title or the heading, the subheading, and the body text. Okay, so individually you guys can just select one, and once you take one of this, you guys can see on the left hand side you do have the font option, the font size, like the text color. If you don't want to make it bold, italics, or underline, there is this alignment option. You do have the spacing over here, and all the options available in CapCut. Like once you go to your video and once you take a default text box, what are the options available over there? The same things are available over here as well. So there are different presets. You guys can check out the opacity, and if you want to arrange it, like now as you guys can see, this particular text box is of uh in front of the text which I have over here. So if I want to move it backward, you guys can see now this is backward, and again if I want to move it forward, I can just come here and basically I can move it forward. So that is how it actually works. Okay, so now let's just come here, let's cancel this one, and let's cancel this as well. So this is about text. And here you guys can see under shapes, you do have a lot of shapes from which you guys can choose from. If you wanna put on stickers, you guys can just search stickers and you guys can put that as well. And also if you want to put your thumbnail inside any frame, you guys can choose frame. If you have multiple images and you want to make a collage, you guys can do that. And you guys can save things inside your brand kit if you have a premium version of CapCut. Okay, so these are few of the options of how you gonna do things. There is this hand tool. If you do want to move things up, you guys can do that. And under view, if you want to show rulers on the side for better measurement and also for better understanding, you guys can do that. Here you guys can zoom in, zoom to fit, zoom by 100, 200, or 50%. And there is this option of undo and redo. So your designing totally depends on you, like how you want to design your template or the cover photo. And now let's come here, and you guys can just take the move tool back again, and individually you guys can increase the size of this text as well. Okay, so let's come here, food on budget safari. So let me just create it quite like this. And also let's go to the frame option, and mostly they don't put any kind of frames, but I am just trying to figure out that let's put one kind of frame right over here. Let's place it in one side. And now if you want to upload an image, okay, you guys can just upload this particular image right over here in one side as well. Okay, so that's how it actually works. So you guys can import frames, work on with that. And also if you want to replace the image, like select from video, or if you want to select from computer, you guys can do that. There is this option if you do want to crop in. Okay, and also over here there is this duplicate option if you want to arrange your layer, or you want to detach the photo which you have already inside the frame, you guys can do that. And you have the filters over here. You do have different kind of effects which you can apply. If you want to remove the background of an image, there is this adjustment layer, the level of opacity, and also the arrange layer as well. So now let's say this is the thumbnail or the cover image which I do have selected. Now I want to save it up. Okay, so I'll just click on save right over here, and you guys can see this particular cover image has basically been saved. Okay, so if I do want to see the cover image, I can just put my or hover my mouse over this cover page, and this is how it will look. Okay, and also if you do want to export it, you guys can see now it kind of looks like this. Okay, so you guys can see add video cover at the beginning is tick marked, and you guys can click on export, and this will basically get exported. So yeah, I hope this class was clear for you on how you can create a cover image inside CapCut. So I hope this whole tutorial was helpful for you all. Now you guys know how to use or what are the advanced features of CapCut are. We have learned about a lot of things throughout this particular tutorial. So take care and keep on practicing CapCut for your better video editing skills and knowledge. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project, and this is class project 1 where we'll be making a circle mask. And before going on to CapCut, we will see that what are the steps that we need to follow over here. So let's see what are the steps that we need to follow. So you guys can already see the name of the class project is making a circle mask. Well, I do have a description and also an outcome. So once you start doing this, just read the description. And once you get the result after following the steps, you guys can just relate to the outcome, and you'll have a better understanding of the things I have tried to uh, do over here. For me, I will directly go on to the steps that we need to follow. Step 1, create a new project. Step 2, import your videos inside the projects. Step 3, place your videos in different tracks. Step 4, mask the top layer with a circle mask. Step 5, place the mask layer wherever you want. Step 6, save the file and upload it in our project panel. So now let's move on to CapCut and let's see how it actually works. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, This is the home page of CapCut. And the first step is creating up a new project. So let's create up a new project and let's rename this one to class project 1. Okay. And now let's go to my stock materials and let's try to find a few videos from stock materials. Let's search for nature. Let's click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have this particular video right over here. I will star mark this one. And now I will just search for people. Okay. So as you guys can see, or I want a single people, so I can search with the keyword of man. Okay. So let's come here and I can just mark this one. Otherwise, I can just mark this one as well. Let's download both of these videos right over here. Otherwise, let's come here and you can download this as well. Okay, so you can download and you can just mark all of this right over here. And now let's go to the stock materials. Let's go to the favorites and I'm going to put this video is my first layer. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is basically the first layer, and on top of that I am going to put this particular video. Okay, so let's come here. I'll just put this particular video right over here. I will just keep both of this layer of the same size, shift and Z to zoom to fit here in the timeline. Now let's go to the top layer, and in the top layer I am going to go to masking option. Okay, so I'll just go and click on this circle mask, and as you guys can see, this is how I can just increase the size eventually and maybe place this all in the center as well. Okay, so now I can just place it right over here. Okay, so now this is basically done. And now what I'm gonna do over here is basically I can just move around. Let's go to basic, and now I will just scale this thing down and I can just place this in one corner. Okay, so as you guys can see, now you guys will be able to see simultaneously both the video will be played. Okay, so as you guys can see, and if at any moment I need to make sure that I have to change anything at all. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's select this. Let's go to basic. Let's place it right over here. And I can just place this thing around. And you guys can see now it is working like a B-roll footage. And the frame is actually covering all of it. Okay, so now the next thing left is just add an audio. Okay, let me just put out this audio right over here. So let me just place my audio and I will just trim it up a bit. Let's place it over here and B to get the split tool. A, let's click on delete, and this is the final outcome. So yeah, now is exporting. I'll just click on export. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. I'll select this particular folder. I'll name this one as class project 1 and I'll just click on export and this particular video will basically get exported. So yeah, I hope this was clear, and make sure to upload it in our project panel once you're done, then I can check those and get back to you guys. So take care everyone, see you all in the next chapter. Hello guys, so now this is the time for our class project 2, where I'll be showing you guys by making a blur background in CapCut. So first we will see the steps that we need to follow, then we will move on to CapCut and basically we will work in a practical way to make your background blur. So let's see what are the steps that we need to follow. So on my screen, you guys can see the name of the class project is making a blur background. Well, I do have a description and outcome which you guys can refer. But for me, I will directly go on to the steps that you all need to follow. So step 1, create a new project. Step 2, import the videos in the project. Step 3, drag the video into the timeline. Step 4 is duplicate the video. Step 5 is auto cut out the top layer and apply blur effect on the bottom layer. Step 6 is save the file and upload it in our project panel. So now let's move on to CapCut and let's see how it's practically done. So as you guys can see, this is the home page of CapCut. And step 1 is create a new project. And now we have the interface. And the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into my stock materials. And from the stock materials, now I am going to take out a video, okay? Or let's search for one, okay? So let's go with a model with background, okay? So I'm just looking for any kind of model with a complex kind of background, okay? So you guys can see all these images or all these videos, but they basically do have a kind of a similar or kind of simple background, okay, over here. But now let's come right over here. Let's try to find some, okay. So let's come here, let's go down, okay. Let's search for it, okay. Let's go, and I can just take this one, okay. Let's mark it as favorites. Now let's go to device, or let's go to stock materials, and I'm going to take this video and basically put this one inside my timeline. Okay, so once you have put this one inside the timeline, right click and you guys can just duplicate this one. Okay, so you guys can just copy and you guys can just paste the same thing all over again. Okay, so the top layer is basically hiding this particular layer. So now if I just come here into the top layer and if I just click on remove BG, which is the background, and I click on auto removal, you guys can see it's actually processing. So it might take some time, so I'll just wait. So now as you guys can see, the auto removal over here is basically done. Okay, so as this particular part is actually done, and if I just play this one, you guys might be thinking, well, there is no change at all. But if I come here, if I just put my playhead and if I just hide the track, okay, if I just hide the main track and you guys can see this is how it have removed things around. Okay, so it did quite a nice job over here. And now what I'm gonna do over here is let's come here and let's pause this one. And now let's come to this other layer over here. Let's hide this top track and I'll just make sure to go to the effects panel over here. And from here, I am going to type blur and let's click on enter. And you guys can see that I do have a lot of this blur option. Okay, so you guys can come here and this is another blur option. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to take this particular blur and I'm just going to put all of this over here on top. Okay, so I'm just going to put this one over here on top, but instead I'm going to put this one right over here in between both of it. Okay, so now if I just make this one visible, and now if I just play this, you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so now this kind of looks a lot uh better. But if you have any kind of video which is shaking too much, instead of using those, try to use some of the ones which is a bit more stable with a better background. Okay, because auto removal actually uh, removes automatically, and it is just done by CapCut itself. Sometimes there might be a few issues with that, so I hope you guys do understand. So yeah, now this is done. Let's go to export, and I will just name this one as blur background desktop. Let's save it in my resource file, and it's done. So yeah, make sure to upload it in our project panel, that I can check those out and get back to you guys. So take care everyone. See you all in the next chapter.